Welcome to another Table Read Tuesday, where we're reading Inception by Christopher Nolan. So let's go around and meet the cast. And I'm sorry, I'm horrible at pronouncing things. Kefira, please correct me on how to say your name and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Kefira, like Shakira, if that helps you to remember. It's Kefira Shakira. I am playing the role of Ariadne tonight, as well as lawyer and Tadashi. And I'm so excited because Inception is it's up there for me. I think it's my third favorite because I don't know if you guys have already seen Everything Everywhere All at Once yet, but oh my gosh, it's up. Just trumps everything. But yeah, I'm really excited. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say.
That's it. That's good.
Yeah.
We'll have to get that script for next year. Everything Everywhere All at Once. We know it'll come out at Oscar seasons. For sure, that seems like that's going to be nominated, so we'll get access, which is great. All right, next, Miss Vicki Dykes.
Hello, I'm Vicki Dykes. Tonight I'll be reading for Arthur, Miles, Browning, The Godfather, and Nash. I'm not familiar with this movie, so I will be enjoying it like I'm just seeing it for the first time.
It's good. Angelina.
Hello, I'm Angelina Peterson, and I'm going to be reading Cobb because we are short of men today.
I don't know. I think it's perfect balance right here. Just kidding.
Yep.
Miss Jaime Hill.
Hi, everybody. I'm reading for Fisher, the attendant for children, the flight attendant, and the blonde. So just a few.
Sweet. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hello, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. Today I'll be reading Mao, Yusuf, security guard, second businessman, and cab driver. I've not seen this movie either, but I'm interested in playing the different characters and seeing where I can take them and my own interpretation of them.
Yeah.
And yes, I have very special props that you'll see later.
All right, can't wait to see that and all those interpretations.
No limbs were harmed in the using of these props, and no limbs will be harmed in the using of these props.
Hope not. All right, and we have Morgan Toll.
Hi, my name is Morgan Toll. I'll be playing a few different characters, and I'm just happy and excited to be here.
Awesome. All right, and that's everybody. So now I will share the script, and we will get started. All right, Inception by Christopher Nolan, shooting script. Fade in, dawn, crashing surf. The waves toss a bearded man onto wet sand. He lies there. A child's shout makes him lift his head to see a little blonde boy crouching back toward us, watching the tide eat a sandcastle. A little blonde girl joins the boy. The bearded man tries to call to them, but they run off, faces unseen. He collapses. The barrel of a rifle rolls the bearded man onto his back. A Japanese security guard looks down at him, then calls up to the beach to his colleague leaning against a jeep. Behind them is a cliff, and on top of that, a Japanese castle. Interior, elegant dining room, Japanese castle, later. The security guard waits as an attendant speaks to an elderly Japanese man sitting at the dining table back to us.
He was delirious, but he asked for you by name and show him.
He was carrying nothing but this.
He puts a handgun on the table. The elderly man keeps eating.
And this.
The security guard places a small pewter cone alongside the gun. The elderly man stops eating, picks up the cone.
Bring him here, and some food.
Interior, same. Moments later, the elderly man watches the bearded man wolf down his food. He slides the handgun down the table towards him.
Are you here to kill me?
The bearded man glances up at him, then back at his food. The elderly Japanese man picks up the cone between thumb and forefinger.
I know what this is.
He spins it on to a table. It circles gracefully across the polished ebony, a spinning top.
I've seen one before, many, many years ago.
The elderly Japanese man stares at the top, mesmerized.
It belonged to a man I met in a half-remembered dream.
Move in on the gracefully spinning top.
A man possessed of some radical notions.
The elderly man stares, remembering.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Interior, same elegant dining room night years earlier. The speaker, Cobb, is 38, handsome, tailored, a young Japanese man, Sato, eats as he listens.
A bacteria? A virus?
Cobb gestures at their feast with his wine glass.
An intestinal worm?
Sato's fork pauses, mid-air. Cobb grins. A third man is at the table, Arthur. He jumps in to save the pitch.
What Mr. Cobb is trying to say is...
An idea.
Sato looks at Cobb, curious.
Resilient, highly contagious. Once an idea has taken hold in the brain, it's almost impossible to eradicate. A person can cover it up, ignore it, but it stays there.
But surely to forget.
Information, yes, but an idea, fully formed, understood, that sticks. In here, somewhere.
For someone like you to steal.
Yes, in the dream state, conscious defenses are lowered and your thoughts become vulnerable to theft. It's called extraction.
But, Mr. Sato, we can train your subconscious to defend itself from even the most skilled extractor.
How can you do that?
Because I am the most skilled extractor. I know how to search your mind and find your secrets. I know the tricks, and I can teach them to your subconscious so that even when you're asleep, your guard is never down.
Cobb leans forward, holding Sato's gaze.
But if I'm going to help you, you have to be completely open to me. I'll need to know my way around your thoughts better than your wife, your analyst, anyone. If this is a dream and you've got a safe full of secrets, I need to know what's in that safe. For this to work, you have to let me in.
Sato gives this a flicker of a smile, rises. A bodyguard opens double doors, which gives onto a lavish party.
Gentlemen, enjoy your evening as I consider your proposal.
They watch Sato leave. Arthur turns to Cobb, worried.
He knows.
Cobb motions silence. A tremor starts. They steady their glasses. Cobb glances at his watch. The second hand is frozen.
What's going on up there?
And we cut to a filthy bathroom. Feels like a day. Feels like different time. Cobb, asleep, sitting in a chair at the end of a streaming bath. The chair is up on a cabinet, the bottom legs level with the rim of the tub. A sweating man, 40s, watches over Cobb. This is Nash. A distant explosion rumbles through the room. Nash moves to the window, parts the curtains. Outside, a chaotic developing world city. The street filled with rioters, smashing, burning. Nash checks Cobb's left wrist. Above his watch, tape holds two thin yellow tubes in place. Nash looks at Cobb's watch. The second hand crawls unnaturally slowly. Nash follows the tubes to a silver briefcase at Arthur's feet. Arthur is asleep in an armchair. Tubes connect the briefcase to Arthur's wrist. Nash follows another set of tubes from the briefcase to where they pass under the door to a bedroom. Through a crack of the door, Nash sees Sato asleep on the bed, tubes running to his wrist. Boom! A closer explosion, and we cut to interior bullet train compartment day. Feels like a different time. Nash, asleep, head rocking against the window as the train bumps over a rough piece of track. A Japanese man, Tadashi, 18, watches Nash nervously. He checks Nash's wrist. Two yellow tubes connect Nash with three other sleeping men in the compartment, Cobb, Arthur, and Saito. Tadashi checks his watch. The second hand ticks in real time. Another train passes in the opposite direction with a mighty whump. Tadashi's eyes fly to Nash's sleeping face. Nash jerks with the movement of the train, and we cut to interior filthy bathroom continuous. After explosion, Nash checks the sleeping Cobb, and we cut to the exterior rooftop terraces, Japanese castle night. A low tremor rumbles through the castle. Cobb and Arthur steady themselves against a wooden rail. Several tiles and pieces of masonry fall. Below them, a black sea churns. Other guests wander the massive terraces.
Saito knows. He's playing with us.
I can get it here. The information's in the safe. He looked right at it when I mentioned secrets.
Arthur nods, then spots someone over Cobb's shoulder.
What's she doing here, Cobb?
Cobb turns to see a beautiful woman, elegantly dressed, staring out at the sea. This is Mal. Cobb's watching her.
You just get to your room. I'll take care of the rest.
See that you do. We're here to work.
Arthur brushes past Mal, shaking his head. Nears Cobb, looks out at the drop. The wind whips her hair.
If I jumped, would I survive?
With a clean dive, perhaps? Mal, why are you here?
She turns to look at him, amused.
I thought you might be missing me.
She smiles, leans in, mesmerized.
I am. But I can't trust you anymore.
So
She stares
what?
up at him, inviting.
So what?
Interior bedroom suite, Japanese castle. Moments later, Mal sips champagne as she studies the painting by Francis Bacon.
Looks like Arthur's taste.
Cobb is looking down through a window at the guards patrolling the castle at ground level.
Actually, Mr. Sato is partial to post-war British painters.
Mal lowers herself gracefully into a leather wingback chair. Cobb approaches, pulls out a length of black rope, and kneels at Mal's feet. She looks down at him.
Oh.
Tell me.
Could you sit down?
Cobb ties the rope around the chair legs.
Do the children miss me?
Cobb pauses. He lets his gloved fingers lightly touch Mal's ankle. He looks up at her.
You can't imagine.
Mal looks away, uncomfortable. Cobb gets to his feet, letting out the rope as he moves back to the window.
What are you doing?
Cobb tosses the rope out.
Getting some air?
He tugs on the rope, testing. The weight of the chair with Mal on it holds.
Stay seated, please.
And with that, he jumps. Mal considers the open window. Exterior Japanese castle wall continuous. Cobb rappels down the wall, darting past windows. He stops at a particular one, gets out a glass cutter. Suddenly, he starts dropping. Interior bedroom suite, Japanese castle. The empty chair slides across the floor, wedges under the window. Exterior Japanese castle wall continuous. Cobb jolts and stops 15 feet lower. He looks up at the bedroom window, shakes his head, and starts climbing back. Interior kitchen, Japanese castle. Moments later, Cobb drops silently from the window into the darkened kitchen. He pulls a pistol from his belt, screwing a silencer onto the barrel, and he glides across the room. Interior hall, Japanese castle. Cobb slips through the shadows towards the guard, stationed at the head of the grand staircase. The guard hears something, turns, peers into the shadows. Cobb flashes out of the shadows, silence pistol up, aiming. Headshot. The guard starts to drop, but Cobb is already there to catch him, sliding on his knees and lowering the guard silently to the floor. Interior dining room, Japanese castle. Cobb moves to a painting. With practiced hands, he removes it from the wall, revealing a safe. Cobb spins the dial, pulls it open, grabs an envelope from within, stuffs it into his waistband, where there's already an identical envelope. Lights come on. Cobb freezes.
Turn around.
Cobb turns. At the far end of the room is Sato, and next to him is Mal, gun in hand. She smiles at Cobb.
The gun, Dom.
Cobb doesn't move. Mal motions outside. Two guards drag Arthur into the room. Mal puts the gun to his head.
Please.
Cobb slowly places his gun at the end of the long table, then slides it along the polished ebony. It comes to a rest halfway down the length of the table.
Now the envelope, Mr. Cobb.
Cobb reaches into his waistband and removes one of the envelopes, slides it along the table, steps back, hands raised. And Cobb says,
Did she tell you? Or have you known all along?
That you're here to steal from me? Or that we're actually asleep?
Arthur gives Cobb an I told you so look.
I want to know who your employer is.
Mal cocks the gun at Arthur's temple.
No point threatening him in a dream.
That depends on what you're threatening. Killing him would just wake him up. But pain is in the mind.
Mal lowers the gun and shoots Arthur in the leg. Arthur drops, screaming. Mal looks at Cobb, cold.
And judging by the decor, we're in your mind, aren't we, Arthur?
Cobb watches Arthur's pain. Mal aims at Arthur's other leg. Cobb springs for the table, skidding along its polished surface. He grabs his gun, shoots Arthur between the eyes. Arthur drops. The room starts to shudder in a massive earthquake. Cobb springs for the door. Arthur's eyes stare at the ceiling, dead. As we cut to interior filthy bathroom day. Arthur's eyes open. As he wakes in an armchair, he grabs at the tubes at his wrists, yanking them free.
What are you doing? It's too soon.
Fluid spurts from the tubes as Arthur struggles with the silver case on the bathroom floor.
I know. We have to reconnect the loop before they wake up.
Arthur grabs the case and he pushes through the door to the bedroom, following the tubes to where they meet Sato's wrist. Sato lies on the bed asleep. Saito stirs, and we cut to interior Japanese castle corridor night. Cobb lurches towards the stairs as all around him the building bucks and heaves. Interior dining room Japanese castle continuous. Saito and the guards panic. Mal walks calmly through the destruction, picks up the envelope, and turns to Saito.
He was close. Very close.
Exterior grand staircase Japanese castle continues. Cobb runs up the stairs, pulling out the second envelope. Interior dining room Japanese castle. Saito rips open the envelope, pulls out the sheets of paper. He looks at Mal, panic. He turns to the guards.
Help him.
Mal, confused, looks at the sheets of paper. They are blank. Mal smiles, amused. Interior grand staircase, Japanese castle. As Cobb runs up the stairs, he reads the typewritten sheets from the envelope, and we cut to interior dilapidated hotel room day. Arthur opens a silver case, a complex mechanism of tubes, syringes, dosage controllers. Arthur's hand flies across the machine's controls as he glances at Saito's stirring face.
I'm not going to make it. Wake Cobb.
Interior filthy bathroom continuous. Nash turns to Cobb, raises his hand, and smacks him across the face. As we cut to the interior grand staircase, Japanese castle night, Cobb is smashed sideways off his feet. Interior dining room, Japanese castle night. The ceiling cracks above Saito. He sees up as a ton of stone floods down, crushing him. And we cut to the dilapidated hotel room. Saito's eyes flicker open, awake. Interior filthy bathroom, continuous. Nash smacks Cobb's again.
He won't wake up.
Interior dilapidated hotel room, continues. Arthur, crouched by Saito, connects the second tube.
Dunk him.
A click. Arthur looks up to find Saito with a gun to his head and the finger to his lips, gesturing silence. Interior filthy bathroom. Nash puts his hand on Cobb's forehead and pushes him backwards. As Cobb starts to fall backwards in the chair, we're in slow motion, and we cut to the interior grand staircase Japanese castle night. Cobb, full speed, picks himself up, scrambling to the last sheet of paper. He stares at it, puzzled. Bullets around him as the guards race up the stairs, and we cut to the filthy bathroom. Cobb, in slow motion, hits the water, head thrashing as he goes under, and we interior grand staircase Japanese castle night. Cobb glances up from the paper as water explodes through all the windows, flooding the entire hall. Cobb is swamped by the water, spun in all directions at once. He pulls deeper or for the surface. We can tell he breaks the surface, gasping for air in the bathtub. In the interior filthy bathroom day, Cobb's awake, gulping air, getting his bearings. Saito smashes into the room, knocking Nash down. Cobb launches himself out of the tub, flying dripping wet across the room, slam Saito against the wall. The gun drops. Cobb's first fist connects with Saito's jaw, and the struggle is over. Interior dilapidated Hotel room. Moments later, Cobb, wet but composed, sits, turning Saito's gun in his hand. Nash holds Saito's arms behind him. Outside, the sounds of rioting grow louder.
You came prepared.
I bring the gun because not even my head of security knows this apartment. How did you find it?
Arthur at the window looks out at the worsening violence.
Hard for a man in your position to keep a love nest totally secret, particularly when there's a married woman involved.
She would never.
And yet, here we are.
Saito is silent.
With a dilemma.
You got what you came for.
Not quite. The key piece of information wasn't there, was it, Mr. Saito?
Arthur looks over at Cobb, worried.
They're getting closer, Cobb.
Interior bullet train compartment day. Tadashi slips a pair of headphones over Nash's ears, then pulls out an MP3 player, and we cut to the interior dilapidated hotel room day. Saito's eyes are on the floor.
You held something back because you knew what we were up to.
Cobb uses the barrel of the gun to raise Saito's chin.
So why let us in at all?
Saito smiles, defiant. Violent noises echo up the stairway.
An audition?
Audition for what?
It doesn't matter. You failed.
I extracted all the information you had in there.
But your deception was readily apparent.
And we cut to the interior bullet train compartment day. Tadashi opens a silver briefcase, revealing the complex mechanism of syringes and controllers. 4 controllers display countdowns. Tadashi waits for the first countdown to hit 30, then hits play on the MP3 player. He watches Nash's sleeping face as he raises the volume. Through Nash's headphones, the opening bars of Edith Piaf's Non Ji Ne Great Ren, and we cut to interior dilapidated hotel room day. In a distant background, strange, massive, low-end musical start, sounding like distant horns.
So leave me and go.
You know the corporation who hired us won't accept failure. We won't last 2 days.
The distant, slowed-down music is becoming louder, as are the shouts coming up the stairs. Arthur looks at his watch. Its slow second ticking marks time with the massive music.
Come on, Cobb.
So now, we have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Cobb grabs Saito and puts his head to the floor, gun pressed into his cheek. Saito looks into Cobb's eyes, sees he will pull the trigger. Saito blinks, looks away in shame. When he notices something, and he starts laughing.
I've always hated this carpet.
Cobb's eyes flick to the carpet and back.
It's stained and frayed in such a distinctive ways.
Cobb looks up at Nash, who shrugs at a loss.
But very differently made of wool. Right now I'm lying on polyester.
Cobb glares at Nash, and we cut to the interior bullet train compartment day. Tadashi watches the first of the countdowns hit 0. He looks up at Arthur, stirring, and we cut to the interior dilapidated hotel room day. Saito turns from the carpet to look up at Cobb.
Which means I'm not lying on my carpet in my apartment. You've lived up to your reputation, Mr. Cobb. I'm still dreaming.
Cobb looks over at Arthur, but Arthur has vanished. And we cut to the interior bullet train compartment day. Arthur's eyes flicker open. Awake, he rips at his tubes.
How'd it go?
Mute.
Not good.
Arthur checks the remaining 3 countdowns, and we cut to the interior dilapidated hotel room day. Saito gets to his feet, looking admiringly at Cobb.
A dream within a dream. I'm impressed.
Cobb lowers his gun, defeated, glances at his watch. The music reverberates, the rioters bang on the door, and we cut to interior bullet train compartment day. Arthur retracts the tubes into the case as he watches the next countdown hit 0, and we cut to interior dilapidated hotel room day. Another bang on the door. Saito, confident now, approaches Cobb. Nash is behind Sato.
But in my dream, we really ought to be playing by my rules.
Ah, yes, but you see, Mr. Saito,
Saito turns to Nash.
We're not in your dream.
Saito turns back to Cobb, but Cobb has vanished.
We're in mine.
Saito spins back to Nash. The door smashes off its hinges as riders pour into the room, storming over Nash, but Nash is gone. The music dies. Saito and the rider stand there in the silence, the light dwindling as we cut to the interior bullet train compartment day. Nash's eyes open, awake. Arthur.
Asshole.
Nash blinks. Arthur is in his face, furious.
How could you get the carpet wrong? It wasn't my fault. You're the architect. I didn't know he was going to rub his damn cheek on it.
Cobb pulls Arthur away from Nash.
Let's go.
And you, what the hell was all that?
I had it under control.
I'd hate to see out of control.
There's no time for this. I'm getting off at Kyoto.
Why? He's not going to search every compartment.
I can't stand trains.
Arthur moves to the briefcase, turns a dial.
I can keep him under for 1 minute.
Arthur hits a button on the plunger. A plunger depresses. Cobb rips the tape off Saito's wrist, rolls up his tubes. Arthur slams the silver case shut. Tadashi pulls open the door.
Every man for himself.
Arthur and Nash exit, heading in different directions down the corridor. Cobb hands Tadashi a thick roll of cash, looks at Saito, who stirs. Cobb moves off. Exterior Japanese countryside continuous. The bullet train speeds through the lush landscape. Interior bullet train compartment continuous. Saito wakes gently, looks around the compartment. Empty, but for Tadashi, reading a comic. Saito looks down at his wrist, sees a small mark, rubs it, and smiles. Exterior Tokyo dust. Moving over the vast city towards a high-rise, a helicopter thumps into frame, heading for a pad on the roof. Interior apartment Tokyo continuous. Cobb sits, waiting, checks his watch, restless. He pulls a handgun, checks it is loaded, places it on the table in front of him, pulls the pewter spinning top, spins it on the table. He intent studies it. The top spins, and as he stares, the sound of a freight train builds and builds. The top wobbles, tips onto its side. The sound of the train stops. The phone rings. Cobb grabs it.
Hi, Daddy. Hi, Dad.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good. Okay, I guess.
Cobb closes his eyes, trying to picture his children. Insert cut. Cobb's memory, a little blonde boy, 3, back toward us, crouches in a garden, looks at something in the grass.
Who's just okay? Was that James?
Yeah, when are you coming home?
I can't. Not for a while.
Insert cut of a little blonde girl, 5, also face unseen, joins James, crouching beside him.
Why?
Well, James, like I've told you, I'm away because I'm working.
Grandma says you're never coming back.
Cobb pauses, takes a breath. Insert cut. James and Philippa, faces unseen, lift their heads from the grass, responding to someone's call. They run away from us across the garden.
Philippa, can you ask Grandma to pick up the phone?
Cobb tenses as if he about to smash the phone.
Well, we'll just have to hope Grandma's wrong about that, won't we?
Daddy,
Yes?
is Mommy with you?
Cobb looks like he just got punched. Insert cut of Cobb's memory. Mal, wind blowing her hair, smiles calmly.
No. No, we talked about this, James. Mommy's gone.
Where? Time to go, kids. Say bye-bye.
I'll give some presents to Grandpa, okay? Just be good for...
Cobb stares at the dead phone, then downs his drink. A knock at the door. Cobb grabs the top. The gun moves to the door, cracks it. Arthur.
I rides on the roof.
Cobb nods, moves to pick up his bag. Arthur watches.
Cobb, are you okay?
Cobb looks up.
Yeah, why?
Down in the dream. Miles showing up like that.
Yeah. I'm sorry about your leg.
Oh, it's getting worse, isn't it?
Our apologies are all you're getting, Arthur. Now, where's Nash?
Hasn't shown? Want to wait?
We're supposed to deliver Saito's expansion plans to Cobalt Engineering 2 hours ago. By now, they know we failed. Time to disappear.
Interior corridor continuous. Cobb and Arthur heads toward the elevator.
Where will you go?
Buenos Aires. I can lie low there. Maybe sniff out a job when things quiet down. You?
Stateside.
Of course. Send my regards.
Arthur looks at Cobb, nods, sympathetic. Exterior rooftop helipad night. The helicopter sits, rotor spinning. As Cobb and Arthur reach the door, it slides open. Cobb steps up into the leather-padded interior. He freezes. Nash, beaten and bloody, sits on the far side, slumped against the wine. Beside him, Saito. He nods politely at Cobb.
He sold you out. Thought to come to me and bargain for his life.
Saito's bodyguard offers Cobb a gun.
So I offer you the satisfaction.
It's not how I deal with things.
Would you work with him again?
Cobb shakes his head. Saito's bodyguard pull Nash from the chopper. Saito motions Cobb and Arthur to sit. The chopper rises. Cobb watches Nash dragged across the pad.
What will you do to him?
Nothing. But I can't speak for your friends from Cobalt Engineering.
Saito looks out at the city slipping by.
What do you want from us?
Inception.
Arthur raises his eyebrows. Cobb is poker-faced.
Is it possible?
Of course not.
If you can steal an idea from someone's mind, why can't you plant one there instead?
Okay, here's planting an idea. You say to you, don't think about elephants. What are you thinking about?
Elephants.
Right. But it's not your idea because you know I gave it to you.
You could plant it subconsciously.
The subject's mind can always trace the genesis of the idea. True inspiration is impossible to fake.
No, it's not. It isn't.
Can you do it?
I won't do it.
In exchange, I'll give you information where you were paid to steal.
Are you giving me a choice? Because I can find my way to square things with Cobble.
Then you do have a choice.
And I choose to leave.
Exterior airfield. Moments later, the helicopter sets down next to a private jet. Interior helicopter continuous. Saito indicates the plane.
Tell the crew where you want to go. They'll file the plan en route.
Cobb and Arthur look at each other, then move for the door.
Mr. Cobb, there is one other thing that I could offer you. How would you like to go home? To America? To your children?
Cobb turns back to Saito.
You can't fix that. Nobody could.
Just like Inception.
Cobb considers this. Arthur touches his arm.
Cobb, come on.
How complex is the idea?
Simple enough.
No idea is simple when you have to plant it in someone else's mind.
My main competitor is an old man in poor health. His son will soon inherit control of the corporation. I need him to decide to break up his father's empire against his own self-interest.
Cobb, we should walk away from this.
If I were to do it, if I could do it, how do you know you can deliver? How do I know you can deliver?
You don't, but I can. So do what you want to take a leap of faith or become an old man filled with regret, waiting to die alone.
Cobb looks at Saito, barely nods.
Assemble your team, Mr. Cobb, and choose your people more wisely.
Interior private jet later. Cobb reclines his seat. Arthur picks up a salad, angry.
I know how much you want to go home.
No, you don't.
But this can't be done.
It can. You just have to go deep enough.
You don't know that.
I've done it before.
Arthur is taken back. Aback, Cobb turns to the window.
Did it work?
Yes.
Who did you do it to?
Cobb looks at Arthur. Closed. Arthur shrugs.
So why are we headed to Paris?
We're going to need a new architect.
Interior Great Hall, École d'Architecture, morning. Cobb, carrying a shopping bag, looks into the lecture hall. No students, just rumpled professor hunched over paperwork. Interior lecture hall, continuous.
You never did like your office.
Professor Miles looks up, squinting, recognizes Cobb.
No place to think in that broom cupboard.
Cobb steps down past the empty wooden rows.
Is it safe for you to be here?
Extradition between France and the US is a bureaucratic nightmare.
I think they'd find a way to make it work in your case.
Cobb hand Miles the shopping bag.
Can you take these back for the kids?
It'll take more than the occasional stuffed animal to convince those children they still have a father.
I know. I thought you could talk to Marie about bringing them on a vacation. Somewhere I could meet.
Why would she listen to me?
You were married for 20 years.
Oh, she blames me as much as you.
Doesn't she understand that my kids need me?
Yes, she does. We all do. Go back and face the music, Dom. Explain what Mal did.
Be realistic, Stefan. They'd never understand. They'd lock me up and throw away the key, or worse.
You think what they're doing now is helping your case?
Lawyers don't pay for themselves. This is what I have. This is what you taught me.
I never taught you to be a thief.
No, you taught me to navigate other people's minds. But after what happened with Mal, there weren't a whole lot of legitimate ways for me to use that skill.
Miles looks at Cobb.
Why did you come here, Dom?
Cobb shifts slightly.
I found a way home, a job for powerful people. If I pull it off, I can get back to my family. But I need help.
Miles realizes something.
My God, you're here to corrupt one of my brightest and best.
If you have someone good enough, you have to let them decide for themselves. You know what I'm offering.
Money?
No, not just money. The chance to build cathedrals, entire cities, things that have never existed, things that couldn't exist in the real world.
Oh, everybody dreams, Cobb. Architecture's supposed to make those dreams real.
That's not what you used to say. You told me that in the real world, I'd be building attic conversations and gas stations. You said that if I mastered the dream share, I'd have a whole new way of creating, and you showing people my creations. You told me it would free me.
Miles looks at Cobb, sad.
And I'm sorry, I was wrong.
No, you weren't. Your vision was a vision of pure creativity. It's where I took it that was wrong.
And now you want me to let someone else follow you into fantasy.
They won't actually come on the job. They'll just design the levels and teach them to the dreamers.
Design them yourself.
Mal won't let me.
Miles looks at Cobb, appalled.
Come back to reality, Dom, please.
You want to know what's real, Stefan? Your grandchildren waiting for their dad to come back. This job, this last job, is how I get there.
Miles looks down, fiddles with his papers.
I wouldn't be standing here if there were any other way. I can get home, but I need an architect who's as good as I was.
Miles looks Cobb in the eye, decides.
I've got someone better.
Interior corridor later, Miles and Cobb stand by a student as students file out of a lecture.
Ariadne?
A young woman carrying books turns. This is Ariadne.
I'd like you to meet Mr. Cobb.
She sizes him up with quick eyes, offers her hand.
Pleased to meet you.
If you have a few moments, Mr. Cobb has a job offer to discuss with you.
A work placement?
Not exactly.
Exterior rooftop, École d'Architecture. Moments later, Ariadne leans against the parapet, looking over Paris. She unwraps a sandwich, watching Cobb pull out a pad of graph paper and a pen. He offers them. She bites her sandwich.
A test.
Aren't you going to tell me anything?
Before I describe the job, I have to know you could do it.
Why?
It's not, strictly speaking, legal.
Ariadne raises her eyebrows.
You have 2 minutes to draw a maze that takes me 1 minute to solve.
Ariadne takes a pad and a pen. Cobb looks at his watch.
Go.
She starts drawing lines on the grid, constructing a maze.
Stop.
Ariadne hands the pad and pen to Cobb. He glances at the pad, then looking her in the eyes, traces the solution. She is taken aback. Cobb rips off the sheet, hands the pad back.
Again.
She traces straight lines, concentrating.
Stop.
She hands Cobb the pad and a touch pleased. Cobb solves the puzzle instantly. As before, her smile fades.
You'll have to.
She grabs the pad, frustrated, but this time she flips it over and starts drawing on the blank cardboard on the back. Cobb watches, surprised. He smiles and sees that she's drawing circles, creating a maze based on concentric rings. Ariadne hands back the pad, defiant. Cobb takes the pen, starts the maze. This time, he gets stuck, nods.
More like it.
Exterior narrow street, Paris, day. Arthur stops at a warehouse store, consults a piece of paper. The interior workshop, a large dusty warehouse. The sliding door cracks open. Arthur enters, looks around approvingly. Interior same. Later, Arthur drags lawn chairs into the middle of the room. He erects a table, lays out several silver cases, unpacking them, laying the lines of tubing, mechanisms. Interior Parisian cafe, day. Cobb and Ariadne sit at an outdoor table.
They say we only use a fraction of our true potential of our brains. But they're talking about when we're awake. When we dream, the mind performs wonders.
Such as?
How do you imagine a building? You consciously create each aspect, puzzling over it in stages. But sometimes, when your imagination flies,
I'm discovering it.
Exactly. Genuine inspiration.
Cobb leans forward and draws on the paper tablecloth.
In a dream, your mind continuously does that.
Cobb has drawn a circle made of 2 arrows.
It creates and perceives a world simultaneously. So well that you don't feel your brain doing the creating. That's why we can short circuit the process.
How?
By taking over the creative part, the creating part.
Cobb draws a straight line between the 2 arrows.
This is where you come in. You build the world of the dream. We take the subject into that dream and let him fill it with his subconscious.
But are you trying to fool him that the dream is actually real life?
While we're in there, we don't want him to realize he's dreaming.
How can I ever get enough detail to convince him that it's real?
Our dreams feel real when we're in them. It's only when we wake up we realize things were strange.
Ariadne gestures around them.
But all the textures of real life, the stone, the fabric, cars, people, your mind can't create all this.
It does. Every time you dream. Let me ask you a question. You never remember the beginning of your dreams, do you? You just turn up in the middle of what's going on.
I guess.
So, how did we end up at this restaurant?
We came here from...
Ariadne trails off, confused.
How did we get here? Where are we?
Ariadne thinks. Unable to remember, a faint rumble begins.
Oh my God, we're dreaming.
Cobb nods. The rumble is building.
Stay calm. We're actually asleep in the workshop. This is your first lesson in shared dreaming, remember?
Ariadne looks around, mind reeling. Cobb braces. The restaurant violently fragments, exploding and imploding particles of furniture, walls, people flying around. Ariadne wonders at the mayhem whirling around them. Cobb shields his head against the debris. She sees him.
If it's just a dream, why are you covering your...
Ariadne is wiped from her seat by a massive blast, and we cut to interior workshop day. Ariadne jolts awake.
Because it's never just a dream.
Ariadne turns to Cobb's voice. They are both sitting in lawn chair. Arthur watches over them.
And a face full of glass hurts like hell, doesn't it? While we're in it, it's real.
That's why the military developed dream sharing, a training program where soldiers could strangle, stab, and shoot each other, then wake up.
How did architects get involved?
Someone had to design the dreams. Let's go another 5 minutes.
We were only asleep for 5 minutes. We talked for an hour at least.
When you dream, your mind functions more quickly. So time seems to pass more slowly.
5 minutes in the real world gives you an hour in the dream.
Let's see how much trouble you can cause in 5 minutes.
And we cut to exterior, same Parisian street day. Ariadne walks down the crowded street with Cobb. Cobb looks around at the street, the cafe, approving.
It's good. You've got the cafe, the layout. You forgot the bookshop, but pretty much everything else is here.
Ariadne looks at the passersby.
Who are the people?
They're projections of my subconscious.
Yours?
Sure. You are the dreamer. I'm the subject. My subconscious populates your world. That's one way we get a subject's thoughts. His mind creates the people. So we can literally talk to his subconscious.
How else do you do it?
Architecture, build a bank vault or a jail, something secure. And with the subject's mind will fill it with information he's trying to protect.
Then you break in and steal it.
Exactly.
Ariadne wonders at the detail of the street.
I love the concrete sense of things. Real weight, you know? I thought a dream space would be all about the visual, but it's the feel of things. Question is, what happens as you start to mess with physics?
She concentrates on the street. The street starts to bend in half, the buildings on either side folding in until they form the inside of a cube of city. Gravity functioning independently on each plane. Ariadne looks up or down at the people on the opposite city surface. Cobb watches her excitement.
It's something, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
As they walk, Ariadne notices more and more of the projection staring at her.
Why are they looking at me?
Because you're changing things. My subconscious feels that someone else is creating the world. The more you change things, the quicker the projections converge on you.
Converge?
They feel the foreign nature of the dreamer, an attack like white blood cells fighting an infection.
They're gonna attack us?
Just you, actually.
They walk along the street to where it joins the next gravitational plane. They step up onto the different plane and walk down the street towards the river. As Ariadne approaches, steps emerge from the flagstone, and she leads Cobb up a small jetty, and she concentrates. Pillars emerge and a bridge starts to telescope out from the jetty. They step onto it as it grows. Cobb is impressed.
Beautiful. But if you keep on changing things.
People crossing the bridge stare at Ariadne. Several of them bump her shoulder as they pass.
Mind telling your subconscious to take it easy?
That's why they call it subconscious. I don't control it.
The bridge now spans the scene. Cobb marvels at it.
Arched stone, iron pillars,
Cobb pauses, thinking, remembering. Insert cut, Mull, hair blowing, turns to Cobb smiling, laughing. She smiles back. They are on the same bridge.
I know this bridge. This bridge is real. You didn't imagine it. You remembered it.
Mm-hmm. I cross it every day on my way to college.
Never recreate places from your memory. Always imagine new places.
You have to draw from what you know.
Use pieces, a street lamp, phone booths, a type of brick, not whole areas.
Several people around them echo Cobb's attitude.
Why not?
Because building dreams out of your own memories is the surest way to lose your grip on what's real and what's a dream.
Did that happen to you?
Cobb says nothing. He stands there staring at Ariadne. People around her stop and look at her hostile.
Look, this isn't about me.
Cobb reaches for Ariadne's arm, turns her to him.
Is that why you need me to build your dreams?
A passerby grabs Ariadne's shoulder.
Leave her alone.
More of the crowd join in, pulling at Ariadne, holding her arms open. Cobb pulls people off. The crowd pushes him away. Cobb sees someone walking purposefully through the crowd towards the helpless Ariadne. It is Mal. She approaches with even strides. Ariadne stares at her, uneasy.
Wake me up, Cobb.
As Mal walks up, she pulls out a large knife.
Mal, no!
Wake me up!
Ariadne screams. Mal lunges at her with the knife, and we cut to interior workshop day. Ariadne wakes, breathing hard. Arthur moves to her.
It's okay.
Why couldn't I wake?
The only way to wake from inside the dream is to die.
Cobb, in the lawn chair opposite, pulls his tubes out.
She'll need a totem.
What?
Some kind of personal icon, a small object that you can always have with you and that no one else knows.
Cobb gets to his feet. Ariadne stares at him, furious. He heads to the bathroom.
That's some subconscious you've got, Cobb. She's a real charmer.
Sounds like you've met Mrs. Cobb.
She's his wife?
Arthur nods, pulling off Ariadne's tubes.
So, a totem. You need something small, potentially heavy.
Interior bathroom workshop continues. Cobb takes out his pewter spinning top, spins it on the marble counter. Interior workshop continues. Ariadne looks at Arthur, puzzled.
Like a coin?
Too common. You need something that has a weight or movement that only you know.
Interior bathroom workshop continues. Cobb studies the spin of the top as it decays, becoming more and more eccentric. Interior workshop continuous.
What's yours?
Arthur holds out a die.
A loaded die.
Ariadne reaches for it. Arthur snatches it away.
I can't let you handle it. That's the point. No one else can know the weight or balance of it.
Why?
So when you examine your totem,
Interior bathroom workshop continues. Cobb's spinning top wobbles over.
you know, beyond a doubt, that you're not in someone else's dream.
Cobb grabs it like a drowning man reaching for a lifeline. Interior workshop continuous. Ariadne thinks this over.
That's not an issue for me.
Why not?
Arthur, maybe you can't see what's going on. Maybe you don't want to, but Cobb's got problems he's tried to bury down there. I'm not going to open my mind to someone like that.
Ariadne gets to her feet and walks away.
She'll be back.
Arthur turns. Cobb is standing in the bathroom doorway.
I've never seen anyone pick it up so fast. And one reality won't be enough for her now. When she comes back, get her building mazes.
Where will you be?
Got to talk to Ames.
Ames? But he's in Mombasa, Cobal's backyard.
Necessary risk.
There are plenty of other thieves.
We don't just need a thief. We need a forger.
Interior gambling den Mombasa Basa Day. Crowded, bustling, smoke-filled. A Westerner, 40s. Shabby suit is squeezed in at a dice game. This is Eames. He fiddles with his last 2 chips.
Rub them against each other all you like. They're not going to breed.
Eames looks up at Cobb. You never know. Eames tosses down his last chips. The dice are rolled.
Drink?
Eames loses. You're buying. Cobb follows Eames. Eames mysteriously produces 2 stacks of chips and puts them down in front of the cashier. Cobb pulls one off the top, squints at the embossed name.
Your spelling hasn't improved.
Eames grabs the chip, hands it to the cashier. Piss off.
How's your handwriting?
Eames takes his money, smiles at Cobb. Versatile. Interior street, Mombasa continuous. Eames leads Cobb down the quiet street. Word is, you're not welcome in these parts.
Yeah?
There's a price on your head from Cobalt Engineering. Pretty big one, actually.
You wouldn't sell me out.
Eames looks at Cobb, offended. Course I would.
Not when you hear what I'm selling.
Exterior balcony of coffee house later. ramshackle balcony overlooking a bus street. Eames pours.
Inception.
Eames' glass stops halfway to his mouth.
Don't bother telling me it's impossible.
It's perfectly possible, just bloody difficult.
That's what I keep saying to Arthur.
Arthur, you're still working with that stick in the mud?
He's a good man. He's a good point man.
The best. But he has no imagination. If you're going to perform Inception, you need imagination.
You've done it before.
Yes and no. We tried it. Got the idea in place, but it didn't take.
You didn't plant it deep enough?
It's not just about depth. You need the simplest version of the idea, the one that will grow naturally in the subject's mind. Subtle art.
That's why I'm here.
What's the idea you need to plant?
We want an heir to a major corporation to break up his father's empire.
See, right there you've got various political motivations, anti-monopolistic sentiment, and so forth. But all that stuff's at the mercy of the subject's prejudice. You have to go to the basic.
Which is?
The relationship with the father. Do you have a chemist? Cobb shakes his head. There's a man here, Yusuf. He formulates his own versions of the compounds.
Let's go see him.
Once you lost your tail, back at the bar, Blue Tie came in about 2 minutes after we did.
Cobalt Engineering?
They pretty much own Mombasa. Cobb glances over the balcony.
Run interference. We'll meet downstairs in half an hour.
Back here?
Last place they'd expect.
Eames downs his drink, rises, walks over to the businessman. Freddie! The businessman looks up awkward. Freddie Simmons, is that you? Cobb nonchalantly slips over the balcony, dropping hard in the midst of the crowd at the street below. Oh, no, it isn't, Eames says. Exterior street, Mombasa continuous. Cobb stands up, pushing into the crowd. Faces peer at him. He moves, trying to blend. Turns. A second businessman is there.
Yes? We need to...
Cobb headbutts the second businessman, pushes past him. The first businessman races out of the bar, sees Cobb's wake, dives after him. Cobb races headlong into the tight passageways, weaving through or knocking into the locals. He steps into a dark, crowded cafe, scanning the tables. The first businessman enters, spots him. An African man gets in Cobb's face, jabbering at him in Swahili. Cobb considers his options. The first businessman draws a gun. Cobb bolts, steps up on a table and out a window, scrambling into the alley outside. Cobb looks left, right, cuts left into a narrow, crowded alley. The alley narrows to a dead end. Faces the crowd, starts to watch Cobb. People start to surround him. Cobb looks back, and the way he came, the two businessmen are there, guns drawn. Cobb sees a small gap between the buildings. At the narrow end, he throws himself into it, and he gets stuck halfway. The crowd bears down on him, grabbing for him as Cobb struggles to squeeze himself through the gap, but Cobb, moving inches as his pursuers gain yards, the crowd is upon him. He bursts free, tumbling onto the next street, rolling out of sight. Cobb jumps to his feet in the market square. Two more businessmen move toward him. Cobb bolts to the car, but a car skids up and blocks his path. The door opens. Saito is in the back.
Care for a lift, Mr. Cobb?
What brings you to Mombasa, Mr. Saito?
I have to protect my...
Investment. Exterior coffee shop. Moments later, Eames stands on the pavement. The car pulls up. Cobb beckons from the rear window. Eames looking at Saito. Back to Cobb. This is your idea of losing a tail?
Different tale.
Interior workshop day. Arthur sits at the table, working on a mechanism. A small cough prompts him. As he looks up, Ariadne is there.
You said you'd be back,
I tried not to come.
but there's nothing else quite like it.
No paper, no pens, nothing between you and Ra. Direct creation.
Arthur picks up his mechanism.
Shall we take a look at paradoxical architecture?
Ariadne nods, takes off her coat, and we cut to interior Penrose steps later. Arthur leads Ariadne down some busy steps in a large glass and steel atrium in a office complex.
You're going to have to master a few tricks if you're going to build 3 complete dream levels.
A secretary drops some papers as they pass.
What sort of tricks?
They take a tight turn around and continue down the next flight.
In a dream, you can cheat architecture into impossible shapes. Then, that lets you create closed loops, like the Penrose steps, the infinite staircase.
Ariadne freezes. They are in the exact same spot they started descending from, next to the secretary gathering her papers. Ariadne puzzles at the impossible construction of the stairs.
See?
Arthur stops her gently. They are on the highest step with a large drop to the next step. Arthur gestures at the drop.
Paradox. A closed loop like this helps you disguise the boundaries of the dream you've created.
How big did the levels have to be?
Anything from the floor of a building to an entire city. But it has to be complicated enough for us to hide from the projections.
A maze.
And the better the maze,
The longer we have before the projections catch us.
Ariadne looks around, sees people looking at Arthur.
My subconscious seems polite enough.
you wait. They'll turn ugly. No one likes to see someone else messing around in their mind.
Cobb can't build anymore, can he?
I don't know if he can't, but he won't. He thinks it's safer if he doesn't know the layouts.
Why?
He won't tell me. I think it's Mal. I think she's getting stronger.
His ex-wife?
She's not his ex.
They're still together?
Arthur turns to Ariadne, gentle.
No. No, she's dead, Ariadne. What you see in there is just his projection of her.
What was she like in real life?
She was lovely.
Exterior rooftop, Old Town Mombasa day. Saito deposits a file in front of Cobb. Photos, documents. As Cobb runs through them, he passes them to Eames.
Robert Fisher, 32, heir to the Fisher-Moreau Energy conglomerate. He spent his whole life being groomed as a successor, breaking up his father's empire. Will take a radical shift in his thinking.
What's your problem with Fisher?
That's not your concern.
This isn't the usual corporation espionage, Mr. Saito. This is inception. The seed of the idea we plant will grow in this man's mind. It'll change him. It might even come to define him.
Saito looks at Tom.
My sources suggest you might not have always been so cautious.
Then you need new sources, Mr. Saito.
Saito considers Cobb, shrugs.
Fisher-Moreau has the regulators in their pockets. We're the last company standing between them and the total energy dominance, and we can no longer compete. Soon they'll control the energy supply of half the world. They'll be able to blackmail governments, dictate policy, and in fact, they'll become a new superpower. The world needs Robert Fisher to change his mind.
Well, that's where we come in. How's Robert Fisher's relationship to his father?
Rumor is the relationship is complicated.
We'll need more than a rumor, Mr. Saito.
Eames picks up a photo. A distinguished executive, 68. Can you get me access to him? Browning. Fisher's senior right-hand man. Fisher's junior's godfather.
It should be possible if you can get the right references.
References are something of a speciality for me, Mr. Sato. Exterior, decrepit building, Mombasa later. Eames leads Cobb and Saito down uneven steps to a doorway. Interior stairwell continuous. Peeling paint. Buzzing flies, they ascend to a dusty, wire-reinforced glass door which Eames pushes open. Interior pharmacy continues. Row upon row of wooden shelves holding hundreds of dusty glass bottles of all shapes and colors. At the far end, a portly 40-year-old man rises from behind the desk, beckoning. This is Yusuf.
Come, come.
Eames shakes Yusuf's hand. Yusuf stops at Cobb.
Ah, yes, Mr. Cobb. I've heard so very much about you. Please.
Yusuf chases a cat off Saito's chair.
bloodied cats.
Yusuf moves to a shelf and runs his fingers over the glass bottles. None of them have a label.
You work using someone I've seen, I think. Mr. Cobb?
You're well informed, Mr. Yusuf.
Yusuf places a bottle on the desk in front of Cobb.
Somnican?
Yusuf Somnicin.
Yusuf pulls the stopper, holds it towards Cobb's nose.
As good as the real thing?
Yusuf whips the bottle away from Cobb, offended.
Better.
Yusuf holds the bottle to a light, marveling.
Binds the dreamers tight, lets them dream as one, makes it real. Of course, if you'd prefer, you could use Somnicin brand. If you could explain to the International Control Council what you wanted it for.
Yusuf puts the bottle back onto the shelf, sits.
You are seeking a chemist to formulate compounds for a job.
And to come into the held with us.
Yep.
I rarely go into the wild, Mr. Cobb.
We need you there to tailor compounds to our particular requirements.
Which are?
Great depth.
A dream within a dream? 2 levels?
3.
Not possible. That's many dreams within dreams would be too unstable.
I've done it before. You just have to add a sedative.
A powerful sedative. How many team members?
5.
6. The only way to know you've done the job is if I go in with you.
There's no room for tourists on these jobs, Mr. Sato.
This time it would seem there is.
Cobb looks at him, uneasy. Yusuf pulls out another bottle.
Of course. I use it every day.
Yusuf hands it to Cobb, who considers the white liquid inside.
For what?
Yusuf beckons them further into the pharmacy, to a metal door. He stops. Second thoughts.
Perhaps you will not want to see.
Cobb motions to continue. Yusuf pulls out a large key. Interior backroom pharmacy continuous. A dark room with rows of low cots, each with a sleeping occupant. Tubes connect their wrists. An elderly, bald man watches over them. 18, 20, all connected? Bloody hell.
They come every day to share the dream.
Yusuf nods at the elderly bald man, who moves to the nearest bed, reaches out to the opponent, gives his face a firm slap. The sleeper does not even stir.
See? Very stable.
How long do they dream?
3, 4 hours every day.
How long in dream time?
With this compound, about 40 hours each and every day.
Saito surveys the room, appalled.
Why do they do it?
Tell him, Mr. Cobb.
After a while, it becomes the only way you can dream.
Do you still dream, Mr. Cobb?
Cobb stares at the sleepers, uneasy. They come here every day to sleep? No. Cobb turns to the elderly man, bald man, who looks fondly at his dreamers. They come every day to be woken up. The dream has become the reality. The elderly man pokes at a crooked finger at Cobb's chest. And who are you to say otherwise? Cobb stares at the elderly man, disturbed. Cobb turns to Yusuf, tosses him the bottle.
Let's see what you can do.
Interior, same moments later, Cobb is lying on an empty cot, asleep. Yusuf stands over him. As we move in on Cobb's sleeping face, we hear the sound of a freight train building as we cut to exterior wasteland day. Close on Cobb's face as he lies, eyes closed, cheek pressed to a metal rail. The sound of the train is deafening. Cobb is breathing, and we cut to interior backroom pharmacy day. Cobb's eyes open. Yusuf is watching him.
Sharp, no?
Cobb nods, gets to his feet, looking around. Interior bathroom pharmacy continues. Cobb splashes water on his face, breathing hard. Insert cut. A curtain billows. Mal turns to us, hair blowing, smiling. Cobb fumbles in his pockets, pulls out his spinning top. He tries to set the spinning top on the back edge of the sink, but it falls to the floor and rolls towards the door. Saito is there, watching Cobb. He looks down at the spinning top.
Everything all right, Mr. Cobb?
Cobb dries his face with the paper towel, picks up his top.
Everything's fine.
Interior backroom workshop night. Close on the small brass chess piece, Ariadne tips it over. Frowning, she picks up a micro drill, peels back the felt on the bottom, and widens a hole on one side of its base. Tests the tipping point again. A noise makes her look up. Interior workshop. Ariadne comes into the main space. Someone is there, unpacking one of the mechanisms. Cobb.
You're back.
Cobb looks up with a start, caught out.
Are you going under on your own?
I need to test some things. I didn't realize anyone was here.
Just working on my totem.
Ariadne holds up the chess piece. Cobb reaches for it.
Let me see.
Ariadne snaps it out of reach, smiles. Cobb nods.
You're learning.
It's an elegant solution to keeping track of reality. Your invention?
No. Mal's.
Cobb pulls out his spinning top, looks at it.
This one was hers. She'd spin it in a dream and it would never topple. Just spin and spin.
Arthur told me she died.
She did. How are the mazes coming?
Ariadne indicates 3 large architectural models.
Good. Each level relates to the part of the subject's subconscious we're trying to access. I'm making the bottom level a hospital so that Fisher will bring his father there.
Don't tell me. Remember, you only want the dreamer to know the layout.
Why is that so important?
In case one of us brings in a part of our subconscious. You wouldn't want any projections knowing the layout.
In case you bring Mal in.
Cobb says nothing.
You won't build it yourself because if you know the maze, then she knows it. And she'd sabotage the operation. You can't keep her out, can you?
Cobb says nothing.
Do the others know?
No.
You have to warn them if it's getting worse.
I didn't say it's getting worse. Look, Ariadne, I just need them for this job. I need you for this job. Without your help, I'll never get back to my children, and that's all I can care about right now.
Why can't you go home, Cobb?
Cobb looks at her, deciding what to say.
They think I killed her.
How did she die?
Cobb thinks. Insert cut. Maul. Wind blowing her hair. Smiles at Cobb. Now we see Cobb shaking his head. Tears streaming. Begging.
Thank you.
For what?
Not asking whether I did.
Interior workshop day. Ariadne, Arthur, Yusuf, Eames, and Saito sit around the room looking at files. Cobb presides.
The mark is Robert Fisher, heir to the Australian energy conglomerate, Fisher Moreau.
Cobb opens a large presentation pad.
I will split up my father's empire.
Cobb turns to the team.
An idea Robert Fisher's subconscious mind would never accept. We have to plant it deep in his subconscious.
How deep?
3 levels down.
A dream within a dream within a dream? Is that even possible?
Yes, it is. Now, the subconscious motivates through emotion, not reason. So we have to translate the idea into an emotional concept.
How do you translate a business strategy into an emotion?
That's what we have to figure out. Robert and his father have a tense relationship, worse even than the gossip columns have suggested.
Do you play on that? Suggest his father's company as a screw you to the old man.
No. Positive emotions trumps. Positive emotion trumps negative emotion every time. We yearn for people to be reconciled, for catharsis. We need positive emotional logic.
Eames thinks, paces, looking back at the board. Try this. My father accepts that I want to create for myself, not follow his footsteps.
That might work.
Might. We'll have to do better than that.
Thanks for the contribution, Arthur.
Forgive me for wanting a little specificity, Eames.
Inception's not about specificity. When we get inside his head, we're going to have to work with what we find.
Arthur shrugs, frustrated. And we cut to exterior New York streets day. The team are in the middle of a deserted intersection. Ariadne is showing Yusuf aspects of the geography. We could split the idea into emotional triggers and use one on each level.
How do you mean?
On the top level, we open his relationship with his father and say, I will not follow in my father's footsteps. Next level down, access to his ambition and self-esteem. We need to feed him. I will create something for myself. Then, the bottom level, we bring out the emotional big guns.
My father doesn't want me to be him.
That could do it.
How do you produce these emotional triggers?
I forge each emotional concept in the style and manner of Peter Browning, a key figure in Fisher's emotional life. Two African pedestrians wander into view.
Are those yours?
Eames shakes his head. Cobb turns to Yusuf.
Yusuf?
Yep. Sorry.
Suppress them. We don't bring our own projections into the dream. We let Fisher's subconscious supply the people.
Saito, when do I get to see Browning?
You fly out to Sydney on Tuesday. We've arranged for you to spend several days.
Interior anteroom, Maurice Fisher's office, day. Eames sits in a crowded room. Boxes and files are piled high. Browning stands by a pair of double doors.
As part of a consulting litigation team working for Browning.
I'm not smelling settlement here. Take them down.
Mr. Browning, Maurice Fisher's policy is always one of avoiding litigation.
Browning turns to the lawyer, calm but powerful.
Shall we relay your concerns directly to Maurice?
Browning opens the door to Maurice Fisher's inner office. Eames leans in to watch as Browning beckons the lawyer into. Interior Maurice Fisher's inner office. The office is a makeshift hospital room, a bed where the desk should be. Browning addresses a figure at the window. Robert Fisher, 30s, abstracted.
How is he?
Fisher turns to Browning, motions silence as he glances at his father in the bed, wheezing gently.
Well, I don't want to bother him unnecessarily, but I know he...
Robert, I told you to keep out of the dam.
Maurice lashes out, knocking things from his bedside table. A nurse calms Maurice as Fisher crouches to retrieve a framed photograph. He looks at the photo through the broken glass. A young boy holds a pinwheel, clearly made by a child. Each of the points is numbered in pen. His father blows on it.
Must be a cherished memory of his.
I put it by his bed. He hasn't even noticed.
Robert, we have to talk about a power of attorney. I know this is hard for you, but it's important that we start to think about the future.
Not now, Uncle Peter.
Browning looks at Fisher, considering, biding his time. Oh, the vultures are circling. The sicker Maurice Fisher becomes, the stronger Peter Browning becomes. Eames watches Browning, studying his every move. Interior bathroom day. Eames gestures at a mirror as if offering to shake hands. I've had to learn Browning's physical presence and mannerisms. In the mirror, Browning gestures back. Interior workshop continuous. Now, in the dream, I can impersonate Browning and suggest the concepts to Fisher's conscious mind. Then, we take Fisher down another level and his own subconscious feeds it right back to him.
So he gives himself the idea.
Precisely. That's the only way to make it stick. It seems to have self-generated.
Eames, I'm impressed.
Your session is much appreciated, Arthur. Cut to interior deserted hotel lobby day. The team sit on the steps of a large marble lobby debating. Ariadne is showing Arthur the lobby. He's not scheduled for surgery, no dental, nothing?
Thought he had some knee thing.
Nothing they'd put him under for. Besides, we need a good 10 hours.
Sydney to Los Angeles.
They turn to Saito.
12 hours and 45 minutes, one of the longest flights in the world. He makes it every 2 weeks.
Exterior air-filled day. Fisher steps out of a black town car and walks across the tarmac toward a Gulfstream jet, accompanied by 2 aides.
Surely he flies private.
Not if there was an unexpected maintenance with his plane.
Fisher is met at the steps by a distraught flight officer. Interior hotel lobby day. Cobb chews this over. Arthur comes in.
It'd have to be a 747.
Why?
On a 747, the pilots are up above. First class is in the nose, so nobody walks through the cabin. We'd have to buy out the whole cabin and the first class flight attendant.
We bought the airline.
Everyone turns to Saito.
It seemed neater.
Neater, huh? Well, now we have 10 uninterrupted hours. Nice lobby, by the way.
And we. Interior workshop day. The group is back in the workshop, deep in discussion.
My question is how we go down 3 layers with enough stability. I mean, 3 layers down, a little turbulence is going to translate into an earthquake. The dreams are going to collapse with the slightest disturbance.
Yusuf clears his throat.
Sedation. For sleep stable enough to create 3 layers of dreaming.
Interior makeshift lab day. Yusuf depresses a plunger. Arthur is sleeping in a chair.
We will have to combine it with an extremely powerful sedative.
Eames slaps Arthur hard. Arthur does not stir. Interior workshop day. Arthur continuously rubs his cheek. Unconsciously.
The compound we'll be using to share the dream is an advanced Samuelson derivative. It creates a very clear connection between dreamers whilst actually accelerating brain function.
Buying us more time on each level.
Brain function in the dream will be about 20 times normal. And when you go into a dream within that dream, the effect is compounded.
How much time?
3 dreams. That's 10 hours. Times 20, times 20, times 20.
Math was never my strong suit.
It's basically what a week, 1 layer down. 6 months, 2 layers down.
And 10 years in the 3rd level. Who wants to spend 10 years in a dream?
Depends on the dream.
It's not going to take us long to crack Fisher open once we get going. We'll be out in a couple days, max.
How do we get out once we've made the plant? I hope you've got something a little more elegant in mind than shooting me in the head like last time.
Arthur tilts back his chair. Yusuf turns to Cobb.
A kick.
What's a kick?
Eames slips his foot under Arthur's chair leg, tips it. Arthur's leg shoots up instinctively for balance. That, Ariane, would be a kick.
That feeling of falling, which snaps you awake. We use that to jolt ourselves awake once we're done.
But how are we going to feel that through the sedation?
That's the clever part. I customize the sedative.
Interior makeshift lab day. Cobb, Eames, and Yusuf watch Arthur asleep in a chair.
To leave inner ear function unimpaired.
Yusuf, with a wicked grin, slowly tips Arthur's chair backwards. As he falls, Arthur's body jerks, eyes opening just before it hits the floor. Interior workshop day. Arthur thinks, nodding slowly.
That way, however deep the sleeper will still feel falling.
Interior makeshift lab day. Yusuf gleefully leans a sleeping Arthur to one side.
Or tipping.
Arthur goes down with a crash, jerking awake. Interior workshop day. Arthur thinks this through.
Even that won't cut through 3 layers of deep sleep.
The trick is to devise a kick for each level, then synchronize them to get a snap that penetrates all 3 layers.
Arthur looks at Cobb, getting it.
We can use a musical countdown to synchronize the different kicks.
Interior workshop night. Ariadne comes into the darkened main space. Cobb is lying on one of the chairs, asleep. Plugged into the mechanism, Ariadne stands over him, watching. She opens the case, pulls one of the tubes, Sits checking the dials. She injects the needle caps into her arm, and we cut to interior cage-style elevator day. Ariadne ascends. She looks at the buttons, spots the B. The elevator stops. She looks through the grill at interior young girl's bedroom day. Ariadne pulls back the grill and walks across the room, considering the dusty furnishings. At the window is a doll's house, front slightly ajar. Ariadne opens it. Inside is a safe. She tries it. It's locked. A noise startles her. She turns, looking through the doorway into another room. Interior living room. Ariadne looks into the room to see Cobb and Mal talking, arguing. A private moment. Mal brushes at Cobb's hair, trying to convince him. We hear snatches of the conversation.
You remember when you asked me to marry you?
Of course.
You said you had a dream.
That we'd grow old together.
And we can. You know how to find me. You know what you have to do.
Cobb is shaking his head gently. Mal looks into Cobb's eyes, gentle, loving. Mal spots Ariadne spying on them. Freezes, staring hostile. Cobb turns, sees Ariadne, and moves toward her, leaving Mal.
You shouldn't be in here.
Cobb guides her back into the elevator.
I wanted to know what tests you need to do on your own every night.
Interior cage-style elevator day. Cobb shuts the cage door. Ariadne hits the button. The elevator rises. Through the grill, Ariadne can see a beach stretching off into the distance. The elevator stops. Mal sits on the sand beside her. The two children are crouched, away from us, building a sandcastle.
Why do you do this to yourself?
This is the only way I can still dream.
Is it so important to dream?
Cobb stares at his family.
In my dreams, we're still together.
The kids, without turning around, jump up and run away. Interior cage-style elevator, continuous. The elevator descends.
But these aren't just dreams, are they? They're memories. You said never to use memories.
And I shouldn't.
You're keeping her alive.
No.
You can't let her go.
No. These are the moments I regret. Moments I turned into dreams so I could change them.
Ariadne's fingers move across the buttons, stop at the B.
What have you got buried down there that you regret?
Cobb pushes her hand away, hits the third floor button.
There's only one thing you need to know to understand about me.
Interior kitchen, Cobb and Mal's house moments later. Ariadne follows Cobb into the kitchen. A thin man is there standing by the table. He holds a folded piece of paper.
This is your house?
Mine and Mal's.
Where is she?
She's already died.
The thin man offers Cobb a piece of paper. A child's shout. Cobb turns. Ariadne follows his gaze to see the garden. A small blond boy faces away from them, crouched, and his haunches to look at something on the ground.
James, my boy, he's found something. Maybe a worm.
A slightly older girl runs into view.
And there's Philippa.
She crouches beside the boy. Their faces are away from us. They point and discuss whatever is on the ground.
I thought about calling out, so they'd turn and smile those incredible smiles. But I'm out of time.
The thin man thrusts a paper into Cobb's hand. Right now, it's or never, Cobb. Cobb turns from the window.
Then I panic. That I'd always wished I'd see them turn. That I can't waste this chance.
Cobb turns back to call out, but the children race off.
But the moments passed. And whenever I do, the dream's always the same. When I'm about to call, they run.
Cobb watches them run off, calling for Grandma, faces unseen. Behind him, Ariadne slams the grill shut. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
If I'm going to see their faces again, I've got to get back there in the real world.
Behind them, Ariadne slams the grill shut. Cobb turns. Interior cage-style elevator continuous. Ariadne hits the basement button. The elevator starts to descend. Ariadne stares, fascinated as glimpses of floor slip past. Mal's childhood bedroom. A thundering wall of freight train. The elevator stops. Through the grill, Ariadne sees a hotel suite. She pulls open the grill, steps cautiously out into an interior elegant hotel suite. Now night. Disheveled bedcloths, upended room service table, strawberries across the floor. A struggle. Ariadne steps forward. Smash! She looks down to see that she has kicked over a champagne flute. Ariadne feels a draught. The curtain billows.
What are you doing here?
Ariadne turns. Maul is there.
My name is,
I know who you are. What are you doing here?
I don't know, trying to understand.
How could you understand? Do you know what it is to be a lover? To be half of a whole?
No.
Maul moves slowly toward Ariadne.
I'll tell you a riddle. You're waiting for a train that will take you far away. You know where you hope this train will take you, but you don't know for sure.
Maul glides around Ariadne, looking her over.
But it doesn't matter. How can it not matter to you where that train will take you?
Because you'll be together.
Cobb is standing in the elevator. Maul nods, looks at him.
How could you bring her here, Dom?
What is this place?
A hotel. We'd spent our anniversaries in this suite.
What happened here?
Maul picks up the broken stem of a champagne flute. Cobb pulls Ariadne into the elevator. Maul throws herself toward Ariadne. Cobb slams the grill. Maul slashes against it again and again like a wild animal. Ariadne flinches.
You promised! You said we'd be together!
We can. We will. But I need you to stay here for now.
You said we'd grow old together!
Cobb pushes a button on and the elevator starts to rise.
I'll come back. I need you to stay here on your own for now. Just while I do this job. Then we can be together.
You will be together! You promised!
Maul throws herself against the grill and we cut to interior workshop night. Ariadne watches Cobb sleeping. His eyes gradually flicker open. He sees her watching him.
You think you can just build a prison of memories to lock her in? You think that's going to contain her?
The lights come on. Saito and Arthur stand in the doorway.
Maurice Fisher just died in Sydney.
When's the funeral?
Thursday in Los Angeles.
Robert will accompany the body Tuesday at the outside. We'll have to move.
Bob gets up. Ariadne comes over to him.
I'm coming with you.
No, I promised Miles.
The team needs someone in there who understands what you're struggling with. If you don't want it to be me, then you need to show Arthur what I just saw.
Cobb looks at Ariadne, turns to Saito.
We need one more seat on the plane.
Interior departure gate Sydney Day. Saito stands looking out the window of a 747. Cobb arrives beside him. They watch a coffin being loaded.
If I get on this plane and you haven't taken care of things, when we land, I go to jail for the rest of my life.
Complete the job en route. I make one phone call from the plane. You will have no trouble clearing immigration.
And that is intermission. Woo! That's the first half of Inception. Awesome job, everyone.
Yay.
All right, I want to ask questions about it, but we'll let everyone go take a break, do what you need to do. We'll come back in about 5 minutes on the 40. And
Write your
we'll
questions down.
continue.
Write them down, don't forget.
What's happening now? Questions?
Stay tuned.
No questions. We're just going. Oh, this is intermission. So go to the bathroom, you get a drink of water, stretch your legs, and then we come back in like 5 minutes and then we continue.
Okay, I'm probably gonna step out because it's time, if that's all right. But I don't know if you wanna.
Don't worry about it. We'll figure out who gets it in the meantime after we come back. So thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was so fun.
Kefira.
Okay, take care.
Great to see you again.
Yeah, we'll see you
See you
soon.
soon.
Bye-bye.
And stay tuned for more Mao. The best is yet to come, as is the darkest.
Nice stuff.
Yes. This intermission is brought to you by Cypher Studios, powering podcast table reads and so much more. Oh, look at that little cute Pomeranian.
Yes,
What's his
he's a
her
little
name?
palm. Toki.
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 Cute.
Yeah,
Seems so
he's my
good, too.
buddy. He's been laying down here. Like, Mom, what are you doing? Angel's met him. He's little.
Yeah, he's cute.
She's met both of them, actually. We have another one. She's upstairs.
So you want to announce the casting alteration, Jacob?
Sure. Since Kefira had to go, Heather Lee Cameron will be taking over the role of Ariadne for the second half.
I'll be
Thank
a
you.
hero and a villain. Let's see how
Yes.
well I do it.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, good. I did the same thing. Grabbed a little something to snack on in between. So
I didn't realize I was late.
no, it's all good. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody good to go? All thumbs up? All right. Dogs up? Okay.
Cute.
All right. We'll continue for the second half. I think it's going great, flying by. It's cool. Yeah, we'll talk more about this afterwards. So stay tuned. All right. Interior. First class cabin 747 continuous. A luxurious cabin has only 10 seats. Cobb finds his, sees Ariadne in the seat behind his. They do not acknowledge each other. Behind her is Arthur, looking over the window. Eames enters, stuffs his bag into the overhead bin, blocking the passenger behind. Robert Fisher, standing there, patient, bag in hand, wearing black. Oh, sorry. Eames squeezes up against his seat to let Fisher brush past. Fisher moves to a seat directly in front of Cobb. Eames tosses Cobb a passport. Cobb flips it open. Fisher's pockets it. Yusuf and Saito enter. They take their seats. Exterior runway moments later. The 747 hurtles down the runway. Interior first class cabin 747 moments later. Cobb looks down at his hand. A tiny vinyl taped to the center of his palm. Vial. He removes the cap. The seatbelt sign goes dark. Cobb unbuckles. Stands.
Excuse me.
Fisher looks up.
Yes.
I think this is yours.
Cobb holds up the open passport, comparing the picture to Fisher. Fisher's hand goes to his pocket. Cobb hands Fisher the passport.
Would you gentlemen care for a drink? Water.
Same.
Fisher gives Cobb a thin smile. Holds up his passport.
Well, thank you.
No problem. Look, I couldn't help noticing your name. You're not related to Maurice Fisher?
Fisher takes a beat, but Cobb seems harmless.
Actually, he was my father.
I'm very sorry for your loss. He was an inspiring figure.
The flight attendant brings their drinks. Cobb takes them.
Thanks.
As he turns to Fisher, he lowers his right hand. A clear liquid drops into Fisher's water as Cobb hands it to him.
To Maurice Fisher, I'll leave you in peace.
Fisher grants him a smile. Exterior 747 later, the great plane soars through a burning cloudscape. Interior first class cabin 747 moments later. Cobb reaches into the overhead for a blanket, lets it fall onto Fisher's head. Fisher doesn't flinch. Asleep. Cobb signals to the others. The first flight attendant unlocks a cupboard in the galley and then leaves. Closing the curtain, Arthur moves into the galley and pulls out a mechanism case. Cobb and Arthur open up the mechanism, uncoil the tubes, feed them around the window side of each of their seats. Arthur rolls up Fisher's cuffs, pushes the needle cap into Fisher's wrist. Arthur pulls Fisher's cuff down and hides the tubes behind the armrest of Fisher's seat. Arthur runs to the next tube, Ariadne. Cobb puts the case on Yusuf's lap. Yusuf checks the timers, tapping the syringes of the others recline in their seats. Yusuf hits the button, closes the case, places it at his feet. He settles back. And we cut to interior sedan day. Cobbs drives. Saito and Arthur are in the back. Rain beats down. Cobb pulls over. Exterior New York streets continuous. Yusuf stands on the corner, silver briefcase in hand, collar turned up against the rain. He reaches for the door. Interior sedan continuous. Yusuf clambers into the back, brushing the rain for his face. And Arthur says, once it gets unmuted.
Couldn't you have peed before you went under?
Sorry.
Yusuf says, sorry. And then the front doors open and Eames climbs in, soaked. Bit too much of the free champagne before takeoff, Yusuf.
Ha, bloody ha.
At least we know he'll be looking for a cab in this.
Interior exterior sedan on a rainy New York streets. Continuous. Cobb pulls out into the very heavy traffic. He weaves around several cars before lining up behind a yellow cab.
Brace yourselves.
Cobb hits the gas and rear ends the cab with a crunch. The cab driver gets out, fuming, heads to Cobb's window.
Hey, Arso, why don't you try driving without your thumb up?
He sees the silenced pistol Cobb is holding at his belly.
Walk away.
The cab driver backs off. Arthur climbs into the cab. Both cars pull away. Interior exterior, cab on rainy New York streets continuous. Arthur slows in front of the train station, peering at the peeds of pedestrians. He spots Fisher, lights up the cab sign. Fisher flags him down. Fisher jumps into the back, brushing rain from his shoulders.
3rd and Market, snappy.
Eames jumps in the front from the other side.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I thought that it was free. Maybe we could share.
Maybe not.
Saito gets into the front passenger seat, pointing a gun.
Great.
Arthur pulls away. Fisher pulls out his wallet and tosses it to Eames.
There's $500 in there, and the wallet's worth more than that. For that, you ought to at least drop me at my stop.
Eames smiles at this. I'm afraid. As shots shatter the window by Eames' head, another shot impacts by Saito. Get us out of here! Arthur hits the gas, but the black SUV skids sideways in front, blocking the path. The block behind Cobb is at a light. Ariadne is getting in the front. Cobb has heard the gunfire.
Come on.
Cobb looks ahead to the ambush, hits the gas. The sedan rockets forward, but bam! A freight train clips the front of the sedan, shoving it sideways, and an endless train barrels past, a wall between Cobb and the ambush. A second SUV is behind the cab. Plainclothes security men advance through the traffic, weapons trained on the cab. Bullets rip into the cab as Eames throws himself on top of Fisher, pulling a sack over his head. Inside the sedan, Ariadne watches the train passing.
This wasn't in the design.
Cobb backs up, spins around, heading for the tail of the train. A security man emerges from the front SUV, carrying an automatic rifle. He steps forward, towards the cab through the rain, raises his weapon and blasts the cab's windscreen. Cobb clears the end of the train and skids across the tracks. Arthur crouches down, pushes the accelerator with his hand, yanks the wheel, flying blind. The cab nails the security man, crunching into the front of the SUV. Cobb smashes his car into the rear of the SUV, creating a gap. Arthur yanks the transmission and reverses, scraping through the gap. Security men dive out of the way. Arthur throws a ragged J-turn and head down a side street. Cobb follows in the other car. Rain whips across Arthur's face as he breathes.
Everybody okay, Saito?
Arthur looks at Saito. Saito's hand is at his belly, covered in blood. Exterior warehouse moments later. The sedan and cab pull into the side entrance. Eames jumps out and pulls the shutter down behind them. Interior warehouse. Yusuf and Eames pull Fisher from the cab, hustling him through a doorway. Cobb jumps out of the sedan, furious. Muted. You're still muted, Cobb.
Arthur, what the?
Arthur pulls the bloody Saito from the front seat.
Oh, jeez, is he dying?
I don't know. What happened back there? Where were you?
We were blocked by a freight train.
Why would you put a train crossing in a downtown intersection?
I didn't.
Why were we all ambushed, Arthur? Those weren't regular projections. They'd been trained.
How could they be trained?
Fisher's had an extractor teach his mind to defend itself. His subconscious is militarized. It shouldn't show on the research.
So why the heck didn't it?
Calm down.
Don't you tell me to calm down. You were meant to check Fisher's background thoroughly. You can't make this kind of mistake. We're not prepared for this kind of violence.
Cobb, we've dealt with sub-security before. We just have to be more...
This wasn't part of the plan, Arthur. He's dying.
So we put him out of his misery. Eames steps into the room, pulls his gun, and moves over to Saito.
No.
He's in agony. Let's wake him up. Cobb grabs Eames' arm.
No. It won't wake him up.
What do you mean it won't wake him up? When you die in a dream, you wake up.
Not from this. We're too heavily sedated to wake up that way.
Eames looks at Yusuf, then to Cobb. So what happens if one of us dies?
That person doesn't wake up. Their mind drops into limbo.
Limbo?
Unconstructed dream space.
What's down there?
Raw, infinite, subconscious. Nothing there but what was left behind by anyone on the team who's been trapped there before. On this team, just Cobb.
How long would we be stuck there? You couldn't even think about trying to escape until the sedation eases.
How long?
Decades. It could be infinite. I don't know. Ask him. He's the one who's been there before.
Eames moves to Cobb, looks him in the eye. Great. So now we're stuck in Fisher's mind, battling with his own private army, and if we get hit, we're stuck in limbo till our brains dissolve into scrambled egg? Cobb says nothing. Saito groans more loudly.
Let's just get him upstairs.
Interior office warehouse moments later. Saito is laid out on an old desk. Arthur examines him. He motions to Ariadne. Eames watches Cobb.
Hold this. Firm pressure.
Arthur turns to Cobb.
You knew the risks and you didn't tell us.
There wasn't meant to be any risk. We weren't supposed to be dealing with a load of gunner.
You had no right.
It's the only way you could go 3 layers deep, Arthur.
Arthur turns to Eustace, hostile.
And you went along with this?
I trusted him.
You trusted him? When? When he promised you half his share?
No, his whole share. Plus, he told me he'd done it before.
Arthur turns to Cobb.
Oh, yeah? With Mo? That worked out great, didn't it, Cobb?
Cobb grabs Arthur.
You don't know anything about that. This was the only way to do this job, Arthur. I did what I had to do to get my children back.
So you led us into a war zone with no way out?
We have a way out. The kick. We just have to push on, do the job as fast as possible, and get out using the kick.
Forget it. We got to go any deeper. We just raised the stakes. I'm sitting it out on this level.
You'll never make it, Eames. Fisher's security is surrounded this place as we speak. The 10 hours of the flight is a week at this level. You'll never make it without getting killed. Downwards is the only way forwards. We have to carry on.
Saito groans. Cobb looks at him.
And we have to do it fast.
Eames and Arthur weigh this.
Eames, go get ready. Arthur, let's get in there and soften him up.
Interior bathroom warehouse later. Cobb and Arthur wearing balaclavas pull the sack from Fisher's head. He is chained to the radiator.
I'm insured against kidnapping up to 10 million. This would be simple.
No, it won't.
Fisher looks at Cobb, unnerved.
I never noticed a safe.
In your Lather's office.
Father.
Father's office, below the bookshelves, in his personal safe. We need the combination.
I never noticed a safe.
Doesn't mean you don't know the combination.
Well, I don't.
We have it on good authority that you do.
Whose?
Fair office warehouse continuous. Yusuf looks through Fisher's wallet. Eames is opening a hinged three-wing mirror.
$500 this cost.
What's inside?
Cash, cards, ID, and this.
Yusuf holds up a snapshot. The photo from Maurice Fisher's office. Young Robert holds his homemade pinwheel. His father blows on it. Eames takes it from Yusuf, studies it. Cobb enters. Eames hands him the snapshot. Useful? Cobb studies the snapshot. Eames examines himself in the hinged mirror from multiple angles. One by one, the myriad of Eames' reflections become Brownings. Cobb pockets the photo.
You're on. You've got an hour.
An hour? I was supposed to have all night to crack him.
And Sato was supposed to keep his guts on the inside. You've got an hour. Get something we can use.
Eames turns from the mirror as Browning. He glances at his watch. Then he screams as if begging for mercy. Interior bathroom warehouse continuous. Browning's cry reverberates. Fisher looks up, concerned.
What's that?
Good authority.
Another cry rings out. Fisher recognizes the voice.
Uncle Peter? Make them stop.
The combination.
I don't know it.
Why would Browning tell us you did?
Let me talk to him. I'll find out.
Interior bathroom warehouse moments later. Cobb pushes Browning, Eames, bloody and bruised into the room and forces him down next to Fisher. Cobb handcuffs Browning's wrist to a metal bracket on the side of the sink.
You've got an hour. Get talking.
Cobb leaves.
They've had me for 2 days. They've got someone with access to your father's office and they're trying to open his safe. They thought I'd know the combination, but I don't.
Neither do I, Uncle Peter.
Maurice told me that after he passed, only you would be able to open it.
He never gave me the combination.
Browning thinks for a minute, realizes something.
He did. He just didn't tell you that it was a combination.
What? But then...
Or something only you would know. Something meaningful. Combination of numbers from your experiences with Maurice.
We didn't have a lot of meaningful experiences together.
Perhaps after your mother died?
After my mother died, I went to him in my grief. You know what he told me. There's really nothing to be said, Robert.
He always had a hard time with emotional stuff.
I was 11, Uncle Peter.
Browning Eames takes this in.
He loved you, Robert, in his way.
In his way. At the end, he called me to his deathbed. He could barely speak. But he took the trouble to say at least one thing to me. He pulled me close. I could make out only one word. Disappointed.
Browning can say nothing. Interior office warehouse continuous. Cobb pulls off his baklava, looks down to Saito, who is breathing fast, shallow.
How's he doing?
He's in a lot of pain.
Cobb takes Saito's hand, looks him in the eye.
When we get you down to the next level, the pain will be less intense.
Saito nods, breathing hard.
And if he dies?
His conscious mind will drop out of the dream. He'll be trapped in limbo for a lifetime.
What will that do to him?
Cobb looks at her grave.
When he wakes, his mind could be completely gone.
When we wake, I will still honor our agreement.
Cobb looks down at Saito sadly.
Saito-san, when you wake, you might not even remember that we had an arrangement. You'll have forgotten this world. Limbo will be your reality. Lost there so long, you'll have become an old man.
Filled with regret.
Waiting to die alone. Yes.
Then I'll take the chance and come back. And we'll be young men together again.
Saito smiles weakly. Cobb nods at him, turns to Ariadne.
When were you trapped in limbo?
Cobb says nothing. Ariadne pulls him away from Saito.
Cobb, you might have convinced the rest of this team to carry on with the job, but they don't know the truth.
What truth?
The truth that at any minute you might bring a freight train through the wall. The truth that Mal is bursting up through your subconscious. The truth that as we go deeper into Fisher, we're also going deeper into you. And I'm not sure we're going to like what we find there.
Cobb stares back at Ariadne, saying nothing.
This is not just about Fisher. It's about you. Tell me what happened to you and Mal, trapped in limbo.
Cobb looks at her, thinking it through.
We were on a job, exploring dreams within dreams. But we didn't understand how your mind can turn hours into years, how you can get trapped so deep that when you wash up on the shore of your subconscious.
Intercut. Mal lies on the sand, staring up at a cloudless sky, waves washing over her.
You can lose track of what's real.
How long were you stuck?
Cobb pauses before he answers, looks at Ariadne.
50 years.
Ariadne stares at him, incredulous.
How did you stand it?
Intercut. Cobb and Mal build a sandcastle on the beach.
We created a whole world for ourselves.
Intercut. Cobb and Mal walk through a deserted city.
It's not so bad at first, being gods. The problem is knowing that it's not real. That became impossible for me to live like that.
But not for her?
She accepted it at some point.
Intercut. Interior Mal's childhood home day. Mal opens a doll's house. Inside is a safe. She opens it. It is empty. She pulls out her spinning top.
She decided to forget that our world wasn't real.
Mal places the top inside the safe, locks it away. Interior office warehouse continuous.
And when you finally woke up?
To wake from that, from decades lived, to be old souls thrown back into youth, was hard. At first, Mal seemed okay, but I was starting to realize something was wrong. Finally, she admitted it. This idea she was possessed by, this simple little idea that changed everything.
What was it?
That our world was not real. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, she was convinced that we were still in a dream, that we needed to wake up again.
Interior Cobb and Mal's kitchen day flashback. Cobb is trying to calm Mal, who is hysterical.
That to get home, we'd have to kill ourselves.
Interior workshop day. Ariadne looks at Cobb, appalled.
What about your children?
Cobb has to look away.
She believed they weren't real, that our real children were waiting somewhere above.
Interior Cobb and Mal's kitchen day flashback. Mal shakes her head at Cobb as she ushers the children out of the room, faces unseen.
Calm down, Mal.
Their projections, dumb. Your dreams. I'm their mother. Don't you think I can tell the difference?
Cobb closes the door, turns to her, eyes full of bitter tears.
If it's my dream, then why can't I control it? Why can't I stop this?
You don't know you're dreaming.
You keep telling me I am.
And you don't believe me.
She was certain, but she loved me too much to go on without me. So she made a plan.
Interior elegant hotel corridor, night, flashback. Cobb walks along, checking door numbers against a key.
For our anniversary.
Interior elegant hotel suite. Cobb enters the lavish suite. He notices the disheveled bedcloths. He steps forwards. Smash! He has tipped over a champagne glass with his foot. Dinner for two is spread across the floor. He looks at the debris, confused. Next to the broken glass is a spinning top. He picks it up, studying it, thinking. He feels a draft and looks to the window. The curtains billows. Exterior atrium, continuous, flashback. Cobb looks out the window. Mal sits on the ledge of the opposite window, hair blowing, feet dangling over the dizzyingly high atrium. She smiles.
Join me.
Mal, come back inside.
No, I'm going to jump, and you're coming with me.
No, I'm not. This is real. If you jump, you're not going to wake up. You're going to die. Let's go back inside and talk about this, please.
We've talked enough.
She kicks off a shoe and watches it drop.
Come out onto the ledge or I'll jump right now.
She means it. Cobb swings his legs out, sitting on the edge of the opposite his wife. He looks down at the drop.
I'm asking you to take a leap of faith.
I can't do that, Mal. I can't leave our children.
If I go without you, they'll take them away anyway.
What do you mean?
I filed a letter with our attorney explaining how I'm fearful for my safety, how you threatened to kill me.
Cobb looks back at the wrecked hotel suite, panicking.
I love you, Dom. I've freed you from the guilt of choosing to leave them. We're going home to our real children.
Our children are here, Mal.
Mal closes her eyes. Cobb looks for some way to reach her.
You're waiting for a train.
No, Mal, no, I can't.
A train that will take you far
Don't
away.
do this.
You know where you hope this train will take you. You can't know for sure.
Don't.
But it doesn't matter.
No.
Because you'll be together.
Mal slips forward into space. Cobb screams after her, then tries to bury his face in the wall. Interior office warehouse day. Cobb stares as he remembers.
The letter to the authorities refuted all the claims about her sanity that she knew I'd make.
Interior Cobb and Mal's kitchen day flashback. Cobb stands with a thin man who has a piece of paper.
She had declared herself sane by 3 different psychiatrists.
Cobb hears a shout and turns to the garden. James crouches. Philippa joins him, examining the ground, faces unseen.
It was impossible for me to explain the nature of her madness.
The thin man thrusts the paper into Cobb's hand. Right now or never, Cobb. Cobb turns back to the window, about to call out. James and Philippa run off. Cobb turns to the window, from the window, looks at the paper in his hand. It is an airplane ticket.
So I ran, and I've been running ever since, trying to buy my way back to my family.
Interior office warehouse day. Cobb looks across at Ariadne.
Psychiatrist judged her sane.
She was sane. She was just lost in the labyrinth.
Then why should you blame yourself?
Because we're a family. And we had a life I would do anything to get back to now. But that reality wasn't enough for me then.
It might have been your idea to push the limits, Cobb, but you're not responsible for the idea that destroyed her. The idea that her world wasn't real, that was her own idea from her own mind.
Cobb says nothing.
Your guilt defines her, powers her. If we're going to succeed in this, you're going to have to forgive yourself. And you're going to have to confront her. But you don't have to do it alone.
You don't have to do this for me.
I'm doing it for the others. They don't know the risk they've taken coming in here with you.
Cobb looks at the rooftop opposite, sees a sniper takes up a position. Cobb shakes his head, frustrated.
We can't stay here. Arthur?
Interior bathroom warehouse continuous. Browning puts his hand on Fisher's shoulder.
These people are going to kill us if we don't give them the combination.
They won't. They'll try to ransom us.
I heard them. They're going to lock us in and run the can into the river.
What is in the safe?
Something for you. Maurice always said it was his most precious gift. A will.
Maurice's will is with Port and Dunn.
It's an alternate. It supersedes the other only if you wanted to.
What does it say?
It splits all the component businesses of Fisher Morrow into individual companies, transferring ownership to the boards of those companies. And
Leaving me nothing?
a basic living, nothing more. The entire empire would cease to exist.
Destroy my own inheritance. Why would he suggest such a thing?
I don't know, Robert.
Cobb opens the door. Arthur is behind him.
Come to your senses?
Let us go. I don't know the combination. Not consciously.
Cobb considers this, opens his phone, pulls out his gun.
Let's try instinctively. I have someone standing in your father's office ready to tap a combination.
He holds the phone to Fisher's mouth.
First 6 numbers that come into your head right now.
I have no idea.
Cobb swings the gun onto Browning.
Right now.
528 491.
Cobb lowers his weapon, listens to the phone, shakes his head, shuts the phone.
You'll have to do better. Bag them.
Arthur puts sacks over their heads. Interior warehouse continues. Cobb and Arthur drag Fisher and Browning to the van.
We're worth much more to you alive.
Arthur places Fisher on the back seat and uses a dropper to drop liquid onto Fisher's mask. His head slumps forward. Browning yanks the sack from his head. It is now Eames. His relationship with his father is much worse than we thought.
That helps us?
Arthur pulls a sniper rifle from a case by the van.
The stronger the issues, the more powerful the catharsis.
Cobb motions for Yusuf to follow his upstairs.
But how do you reconcile them if they're not estranged?
I'm working on that. Arthur lines up a shot through the window.
Well, work faster. Fisher's projections are closing in quick. We need to break out of here before we're totally boxed in.
Arthur shoots 2 snipers. Cobb and Yusuf gently load Saito into the van. He groans. Ariane straps him in, checks his bandages. Arthur can't get the last sniper. He's too hidden behind a wall. Shouldn't be afraid to dream a little bigger, Arthur. Eames lines up a shot with a grenade launcher. Fires this. The sniper explodes into the air. Arthur looks at Eames. Shall we? They climb into the van. Interior-exterior van on rainy streets continuous. The van pulls out into the rain-drenched streets. Arthur opens a mechanism case and hands out tubes.
Shifting Fisher's antipathy from his father into Browning should work.
We need imagery, the words.
So you destroy his one positive relationship.
No, we repair his relationship with his father and expose his godfather's true nature.
Hell, we should be charging Fisher as much as we do Saito.
What about his security? It's going to get worse if we go deeper.
We bring in Mr. Charles.
No,
Who's Mr. Charles?
a bad idea.
Arthur, the second we approach Fisher in that hotel, they're going to mow us down. We run with Mr. Charles, like on the Stein job.
So you've done it before.
Sure, but it didn't work. The subject realized he was dreaming, and his subconscious tore us into pieces.
Eames takes us in. You learned a lot though, right?
I'll need a decoy.
No problem. How about the pretty young lady we've used before?
Fine.
Cobb looks back. A second SUV pulls out, tailing them.
You know we've got to stay ahead of them. But drive with kid gloves, okay? The world down there is going to be very unstable.
And don't make the jump too soon. That kick is our only way back. We have to be ready to catch it.
I'll use the music to let you know when it's coming, but the rest is up to you.
Arthur puts the mechanism onto the front seat.
Everyone ready?
Nods all around.
Sweet dreams.
Yusuf hits a button and we cut to interior hotel lobby bar sunset. Fisher nurses a drink, starting at the ice cracking.
Am I boring you?
Fisher looks up. A beautiful blonde is next to him.
I was telling you my story. I guess it wasn't to your liking. I have a lot on my mind.
Fisher looks around the bar. There are several stern-looking characters paying him too much attention. Interior hotel lobby continuous. Arthur and Adriane sit at the table across the lobby. They spot Cobb moving across the lobby towards Fisher.
And there goes Mr. Charles.
Who or what exactly is Mr. Charles?
It's a gambit designed to turn Fisher against his own subconscious.
Interior hotel lobby bar continuous. Cobb approaches the bar, watched closely by Fisher's security.
Mr. Fisher, good to see you again. Rod Green, marketing. And you must be...
Leaving.
She presses against Fisher as he slides her off the stool and deposits a cocktail napkin in front of him.
In case you get bored.
Cobb watches her walk away. The sub-security follows her.
I think you just got blown off. Unless her phone number really does have only 6 digits.
Fisher glances at the napkin. 528491. Interior hotel lobby continuous. Arthur watches the sub-security follow the blonde.
And why don't you approve?
Because it involves telling the Mark that he's dreaming, which involves attracting a lot of attention to us.
Didn't Cobb say never to do that?
You must have noticed by now how much time Cobb spends doing things he says never to do.
Interior hotel lobby bar. Cobb turns to Fisher.
Strange way to make friends. Lifting your wallet, I mean.
Fisher pats his pocket, empty. He looks to the lobby where he sees the sub-security trailing the blonde.
God darn it. The wallet's alone worth,
$500. I know. Don't worry. My guys are on it.
Who did you say you were?
Fisher looks at him, curious. Cobb plows on, confident.
I said I was Rod Green from marketing, but I'm not. My name is Mr. Charles. I might seem familiar to you. I'm in charge of your security here.
Interior hotel lobby continuous. The blonde hurries up to Saito, emerging from the elevator.
Mr. Saito, can I have a minute?
She pushes him back into the elevator, closing the door as sub-security approaches. Interior elevator continuous. The blonde fondles Saito's lapels, getting closer.
I'm sorry, but
Saito glances over her shoulder to see in the tunnel of infinite reflections created by the elevator's opposing mirrors. 3 reflections in, the blonde is Eames. He winks.
very amusing, Mr. Eames.
You look to be perkier. A shudder ripples through the elevator.
Turbulence on the plane.
Feels closer. That's Yusuf's driving. And we cut to exterior van on the rainy downtown streets day. Yusuf fights the wheel as the van cuts down an alley, bumping over potholes and smashing trash cans aside. 3 SUVs in furious pursuit. Yusuf looks into the rearview mirror. Frustrated, he checks his watch, then checks the back. The sleepers shake with the impact, and we cut to interior hotel lobby bar night. As a tremor echoes through the bar, Fisher looks at Cobb, trying to place him.
Security? You work for the hotel?
No, my specialty is subconscious security.
You're talking about my dreams. You're talking about extraction?
Exactly. My job is to protect your...
Behind Fisher, a waiter puts down a tray, tipping a champagne glass over. Smash! Cobb notices, pauses, looks across the bar. His 2 children are crouched, backs toward us. Cobb looks around the bar. The patrons start to stare at Cobb. Subconscious Cobb shifts back to Fisher.
My job is to protect you from any attempt to access your mind through your dreams.
Cobb regains his patter. The patrons lose interest. Interior elevator continuous. Eames pulls out Fisher's wallet, moves to hand it to Saito, then pauses, opens it, leaps past the cast to find the snapshot of young Robert holding the homemade pinwheel, his father blowing on it. The elevator doors open and Eames steps off, hands Saito the wallet. Get off at a different floor and then keep moving. Dump the wallet, then meet me in the lobby. The security will try to track it down. We need to buy Cobb a little more time. The doors close. Saito puts a wallet in his pocket. He coughs, a deep, nasty cough. Interior hotel lobby bar continuous. Cobb looks over Fisher's shoulder and sees a suited man watching him. Another man is walking in from the lobby.
You're not safe here.
Cobb steps away from the bar. Fisher does not move.
Trust me, they're coming for you.
Fisher sizes him up. A clap of thunder echoes, and we cut to exterior van on a rainy downtown streets. Gunshots blast out the rear window and side windows of the van. A security man is leaning out of the SUV with a shotgun. Wind and rain rip through the van. In the back of Arthur's sleeping face is whipped by the spray. And we cut to the interior hotel lobby bar sunset. Fisher looks out the windows at a sudden hurricane-like rain.
Strange weather, huh?
A tremor runs through the bar. Cobb looks around.
You feel that?
Interior hotel lobby continues. Ariadne and Arthur watch as gusts of wind rattle the windows. Arthur sees hotel guests staring out at the weather, puzzled. Several of them turn to look directly at Arthur.
What's happening?
Cobb's drawing Fisher's attention to the strangeness of the dream. That's making his subconscious look for the dreamer, for me.
And we cut to interior-exterior van on rainy street's day. At the end of the alley, Yusuf throws the van into a hard right turn. We move into extreme slow motion. The sleepers in the back are drawn to one side of the van by the centrifuge force. And we cut to the interior hotel lobby, continuous. The liquid in Fisher's drink rises up one side of the glass. Fisher notices, confused.
Very odd, the weather, the gravity.
Fisher looks around the bar. It is as if the entire room is set at a 45-degree angle, glass sliding off the tables.
But I can explain all this. You've actually been trained for this. Think of the strangeness of the weather, the shifts in gravity. None of this is real. We're in a dream.
Fisher looks at the room around them. Back to Cobb, all through the bar. Patrons turn and look at Cobb in unison.
The simplest test of what I'm saying for you is to try and remember anything about the way you arrived in this hotel. Okay?
Fisher stares at Cobb, trying to process all of this. All around them, people stare at Cobb. Several get up as if to approach.
Breathe. Remember the training. Accept the fact that we're in a dream. That's why I'm here protecting you.
As Fisher considers this, we cut to the interior-exterior van on rainy street's day. Yusuf straightens up the van, racing down the street, swerving through traffic, and we cut to the interior hotel lobby evening. The building gradually eases back into alignment.
So you're not real?
The bar patrons start to ignore Cobb again.
No, I'm a projection of your subconscious. I was put in place to protect you in the event that extractors pulled you into a dream. I believe that's what has happened.
Fisher takes us in, then looks at the security men approaching across the crooked floor. He nods at Cobb. Interior hotel lobby evening. Cobb escorts Fisher across the lobby. As he does so, he walks past the two children, backs to us. Cobb ignores them. The two sub-security fall in behind. Cobb hurries Fisher up the stairs, then pushes him into interior hotel lobby bathroom. Continuous. Fisher stumbles in, turns to Cobb, angry.
Hey!
Cobb reaches into his jacket. The first man bursts in. Cobb kicks him to the ground, draws his gun as the second man comes to the door, moving towards Fisher. Blam! Cobb blasts the second man in the back, turns and shoots the first man.
Sheesh! What are you doing?
Cobb turns to Fisher, calm, convincing.
Look at the gun in his hand.
Fisher looks. The second man was holding a pistol. Cobb opens the first man's jacket to show Fisher his holster and sidearm.
These men were sent to abduct you.
Cobb pulls out the gun and hands it to Fisher.
If I'm going to help you, you need to be calm.
Fisher remembers something.
If this is a dream, I have to kill myself and wake up.
Fisher raises the gun toward his head.
I wouldn't do that. They've probably got you sedated. If you pull that trigger, you might not wake up. You might drop into a lower dream state. Mr. Fisher, you know all this. You just have to remember it.
Fisher lowers his gun. Interior hotel corridor continuous. Saito walks down the corridor, followed by a security man. Saito ducks around the corner, moves to a garbage chute, and drops Fisher's wallet into it. He slips into the stairwell as a security man comes abreast of the chute and pauses. Interior hotel corridor continuous. Arthur leaves Ariadne to a particular room, 491. Interior room 491 continues. Arthur leaves Ariadne in. He opens the closet, opens the door safe, pulls out 4 bricks of plastic explosive.
So, if everything's correct, this room should be directly below 528.
Interior hotel lobby bathroom continues. Cobb looks reassuringly at Fisher.
What do you remember from before this dream?
Rain? Gunfire? Uncle Peter? We've been kidnapped.
Where were they holding you?
They had us in the back of a van?
Your body's bouncing around in the back of that van right now. Explains the gravity shifts.
It was to do with safe. Sheesh, why is it so hard to remember?
It's like trying to remember a dream after you've woken up. It takes years of practice to do it easily. So you and Browning have been pulled into this dream so they can steal something from your mind.
They wanted a combination to a safe. They demanded the first numbers to pop into my head.
That's them extracting a locator.
A locator?
A number from your own subconscious. It can be used any number of ways. This is a hotel. Room numbers. What was the number you gave them?
5-2 something. It was a long number. 528. 5284 something.
Well, we know where to start. 5th floor.
Interior room 491 continuous. Arthur hangs up the phone. He's standing on a chair attaching the explosives to the ceiling.
Do you use the timer?
Muted.
No, I have to judge it myself. Once you're all asleep up in room 528, I wait till Yusuf starts his kick.
How will you know?
His music warns me it's coming. And then the van hitting the barrier at the bridge should be unmistakable. That's when I blow the floor out from underneath us and we get a nice synchronized kick. Too soon and we won't get pulled out. Too late and I won't be able to drop us.
Why not?
The van will be in free fall. I can't drop us with no gravity.
Arthur finishes setting the charges. Interior hotel lobby continuous. Saito moves through the lobby. Browning is coming in the other direction. Saito assumes him to be Eames.
I see you've changed.
I'm sorry?
Eames comes up behind Browning, catches Saito's eye.
I mistook you for a friend.
Oh, good-looking fellow, I'm sure.
Browning moves off. Saito approaches Eames. That's Fisher's projection of Browning. We'll keep an eye on how he behaves.
Why?
How he acts will tell us if Fisher's starting to suspect his motives the way we want him to. Interior hotel corridor, 5th floor, moments later. Cobb leads Fisher around the corner. Arthur and Ariadne are waiting in the corridor.
They work for me.
Fisher starts looking at room number, stops at 528. Cobb draws his gun, steps back from the door, and kicks it open. Interior room 528 continuous. Cobb jumps into the room, gun up. The room is empty. Arthur and Ariadne search the room. Saito and Eames arrive. Eames shuts the door. Arthur finds something.
Mr. Charles!
Arthur holds up a mechanism case. Cobb shows it to Fisher.
You know what this is?
Fisher eyes roam all over the dials and plungers.
I think so, but I don't understand.
They were going to put you under.
I'm already under.
Under again.
A dream within a dream?
Arthur is at the door. Someone is there. A key goes into the lock. The door starts to open. Arthur reaches over and grabs the person entering, throws them onto the floor, puts a gun in their face. It's Browning. Fisher stares, disbelieving, at his own godfather.
Uncle Peter, what's going on?
Cobb pulls the key from Browning's hand. Room 528.
You said you were kidnapped together?
Not exactly. They already had him. They'd been torturing him.
You saw them torture him?
Fisher shakes his head, looks at Browning, thinking.
The kidnappers are working for you.
No, Robert!
You're trying to get that safe open to get the alternate will.
Browning looks up at Fisher.
Kishimuro's been my entire life. I can't let you destroy it.
I'm not going to throw away my inheritance. Why would I?
I couldn't take the chance of you rising to your father's final taunt.
What taunt?
That will. I'm sorry, Robert, but it's his final insult, a challenge to build something for yourself, He's telling you that you aren't worthy of his achievements.
Fisher takes us in, devastated.
But he was disappointed.
I'm so sorry, but he was wrong. You'll make this company even greater than he ever could.
Your godfather's lying, Robert.
Fisher turns to Cobb.
How do you know?
It's what I do. He's hiding something.
Cobb looks at Browning.
Let's find out what.
Cobb nods at Arthur, who starts unpacking the mechanism. Browning watches, silent.
Let's do to him what he was going to do to you.
Cobb rolls up his sleeve, nods at Fisher to do the same.
We'll penetrate his subconscious and find out what he doesn't want you to know.
Fisher looks Cobb in the eye, decides, rolls up his sleeve, offering his bare arm. The team run tubes to each other. Arthur injects Fisher, whose head slumps.
He's out.
Wait, Cobb, I'm lost. Whose subconscious are we going into?
Fisher's. I told him it was Browning so he'd come with us as part of our team.
He's going to help us break into his own subconscious.
That's the idea. He'll think that his security is Browning's and fight them to learn the truth about his father.
Arthur hits the button on the mechanism. The team goes out one by one. Cobb is last.
Fisher's subconscious is going to run you down hard.
I'll lead them on a merry chase.
Be back in time for the kick.
I'm on it.
Cobb is no longer listening. He stares at the net curtains billowing like those in Maul's suite, a glimpse of someone. Maul? As the screen goes white, and we are. Exterior snow-covered mountains day, close on Cobb's face, staring, fixed.
Cobb. Cobb?
Ariadne is beside him. They stand on a cliff, dressed in white snowsuits, carrying white-painted weapons like World War II commandos. Cobb checks his sniper rifle, examines their objective, a massive fortified medical facility a mile below.
What's down there?
Hopefully the truth we want Fisher to learn.
I meant, what's down there for you?
Cobb turns to her. Eames, Saito, and Fisher arrive, skiing down from the hill above. Cobb pulls Eames out of Fisher's earshot.
You're the dreamer. I need you to draw the security away from the complex.
Then who guides Fisher in? You?
If I know the route, we could be compromised.
Eames looks at Cobb, uneasy. Ariadne comes over.
I designed the place.
No, you're with me.
I could do it.
They turn to Saito. Saito shrugs at Eames. Eames smiles.
Eames briefs Saito on the route into the complex. What we're looking for is going to be in the most heavily fortified section, that north tower.
Cobb moves to Fisher. Saito coughs, spits. Eames sees blood on the snow, looks at Saito.
Mr. Fisher, you're going in with Mr. Saito.
You're not coming in?
You'll have to do this on your own. You have to get in there, break into your godfather's mind, and find out the truth about your father.
Cobb taps Fisher's radio mic.
Keep this live at all times. I'll be listening in, covering you. The windows on the upper floor are big enough that I can cover you from that south tower.
Cobb slips into his skis, shoulders his rifle. Interior room 528, night. Arthur checks the mechanism. He hears low booms like thunder. He checks his watch. The second hand crawls forward. With a last look at the sleepers, he heads off into the corridor. Interior-exterior van on rainy downtown streets. A gunshot slams into the van as Yusuf drives. He glances back to see a motorcycle pulling up behind him. The rear passenger firing a shotgun. The mic pulls along Yusuf's window as the passenger reloads. Yusuf yanks the wheel towards the bike, bringing the shotgun barrel into the cab so he can grab it, spin the wheel back, pulling the passenger from the back of the bike. Yusuf turns a corner, heading into a disused market. Interior hotel corridor continuous. Arthur walks towards the elevator. It opens. A security man emerges, heading right for him. Arthur takes the turn, speeding up. The booms are louder, and we cut to interior-exterior van on rainy downtown streets. The bike crosses behind the van, catching up again as the driver pulls a handgun and starts blasting. Up ahead, an SUV sits on the side road, lining to head off the van. The security man driving the SUV guns it. As the bike creeps up on the other side of the van, Yusuf hits the brakes, forcing the bike out into the path of the SUV, tossing the rider like a rag doll. Heading out of the market, the van races onto the freeway on-ramp. Approaching the bridge, an SUV smashes into the van's side, forcing it up against the crash barrier. The van starts to slowly tilt over the barrier as the SUV pushes. Interior corridor, a hotel corridor night. As Arthur hurries down the corridor starts to tilt, and Arthur is forced to run up onto the wall. He rounds a corner straight into another security man. Arthur headbutts him, and they struggle. As they struggle, the corridor spins around, throwing them up and onto the walls, the ceiling, as they become the floor. They drop through a door into interior hotel room continuous. The fight continues all over the spinning room, and we cut to the interior-exterior van on a rainy off-ramp near Bridge Day. Along the barrier, the van clears the end of the barrier. Sleeping, Arthur bounces around the van, tilts, scraping along the barrier. The van clears the end of the barrier and rolls down the embankment. And we cut to interior hotel room night. Arthur and the security man drop to the floor. Arthur on top. Arthur gets up, heads to the stairwell. Interior-exterior van, rainy streets, night, bridge. The van settles with a thump. Yusuf breathes hard, then smiles as he realizes he's in one piece. A ringing bell up ahead makes him look up to the bridge, where the barriers are starting to come down. Yusuf checks his watch.
Oh, bugger.
Yusuf hits the gas, heading for the bridge. An SUV lines up behind him, trying to catch up before the van crosses the barrier onto the bridge. The van just makes it. The SUV behind it rips its rear axle off, scraping to a halt on the rising section. The security man inside starts firing on the van. Interior hotel stairwell continuous. Arthur races down the steps, opens the door to the 4th floor, spots security men outside, room 491.
Hey!
They turn. He darts back into the stairwell, racing down the stairs. The security men follow. They start shooting, and we cut to exterior snow-covered mountains day. Eames skis down within sight of the hospital complex. He reaches into his pack and lets off a flare. Exterior hotel complex continuous. Security men on the ramparts spot the flare and send patrols out on skis and snowmobiles to investigate. Exterior snow-covered mountains continuous. Eames watches them close in, then launches himself down the mountain, streaking across icy slopes. As we cut to the van, Yusuf pulls forward, looking over the shoulder to line up with backwards run at the edge. He ducks as vicious fire from the SUV hammers the vehicle. He looks at his watch. The second hand is ticking slowly.
Oh, sod it. I hope you're ready.
He grabs an MP3 player and reaches into the back to place headphones on sleeping Arthur's head. As he does so, he notices Saito's bandage bleeding through. Yusuf hits play. Edith Pilaf's Non Je ne regrette Ren starts up, and we cut to the interior hotel stairwell night. Arthur stops, hearing something. Massive low-end musical tones. He looks up, panicked.
No, Yusuf, too soon.
Shots slam into the stairs around him, and he cuts to exterior snow-covered mountains day. Cobb and Ariadne make their way down towards the complex.
Cobb, are you hearing that?
Cobb listens. The wind sounds unusually low. Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains continuous. Eames is hidden at the base of some trees, whispering as patrol passes beneath his position.
I noticed it 20 minutes ago. At first, I thought it was just wind.
Exterior snow-covered mountains continuous. Cobb is listening intently. The wind changes pitch.
No, it's music. Darn it.
What do we do?
We move fast. Saito, did you copy?
Exterior mountains, the other side of the complex continuous. Saito and Fisher climb down the cliff face above the complex. Saito.
We're going as fast as we can.
Exterior snow-covered mountains continuous. Ariadne looks at Cobb, concerned.
How long do we have?
Eustace about 10 seconds for the jump, which gives Arthur about 3 minutes, which gives us about
16 minutes.
the route you gave him. Can they do it in under an hour?
I don't think so. They've still got to climb down to the middle terrace.
They need a new route, a direct route.
The building's designed as a labyrinth.
There must be access routes that cut through the maze. Eames?
Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains continuous. Eames cannot answer. He slaloms through the forest, sub-security in hot pursuit, bullets smashing into the trunks. Exterior snow-covered mountains continuous. Cobb turns to Ariadne.
Did Eames add any features?
Yes.
What did he add?
Ariadne looks at Cobb.
I shouldn't tell you. If Mo,
There's no time for that. What did he add?
utility closets, trapdoors.
What about security service features? Did he add any large pipes or
Ducts. He added an air duct system. It doesn't follow the maze. They can use it to go straight from the outer walls to the upper tower.
explain it to them?
Saito!
Exterior cliff face behind the complex continuous. Saito is using a hammer to tap in a belay.
Go ahead.
And we cut to interior exterior van on a rainy day, raised bridge. Yusuf looks at the security man in the SUV, gives him the finger and hits the gas, racing backwards towards at the barrier. And we cut to interior hotel stairway night. Arthur runs up the stairs, gun in hand, rounds a corner, and impossibly arrives behind the security man, who looks at him, confused. Then he looks down to realize he is not at the edge of a dangerous drop. Is now at the edge of a dangerous drop. Arthur shrugs.
Paradox.
Arthur pushes him over the edge. He falls. Arthur races up to the fourth floor, throws open the door, and we cut to the van on the bridge. In slow motion, the van smashes through the concrete barrier, and we cut to the hotel corridor night. Arthur is sprinting down the corridor with a tremendous crash, sends him flying into the air, and we cut to the snow-covered mountains day. A massive rumble prompts Cobb to look across the valley. Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains continuous. Eames shoots out of the trees, then falls to the snow as he sees a great cracking up ahead. The slope is falling away in an avalanche. Exterior cliff face behind the complex continuous. Saito hears the rumble above him. He looks down. Fisher is below near the bottom of the sheer face.
Look out.
Saito cuts the rope. They fall and hit the icy face and slide down the slope, clearing a path of the avalanche. And we cut to the interior-exterior van in extreme slow motion. The van emerges the concrete balustrade and starts falling. And we cut to the interior hotel corridor night. Arthur is still flying through the corridor, not landing. Gravity has disappeared. He scrambles for a handhold, grabbing a sconce. And we cut to exterior snow-covered mountains day. Cobb watches the avalanche cloud slide past the complex.
What was that?
The kick.
Cobb, did we miss it?
Yeah, we missed it.
Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains continuous. Eames is lying on the snow. What the hell do we do now?
Finish the job before the next kick.
What next kick? Exterior snow-covered mountains continuous. Cobb looks at Ariadne as he talks into the radio.
When the van hits the water, I figure Arthur's got a couple minutes and we've got about 20.
Cobb and Ariadne move toward the base of the complex. Exterior hospital complex continuous. Saito and Fisher run around the base of the building. They find a large exhaust port, lay a charge on the grill. They blow the charge, climb into the open vent. Interior-exterior van. In extreme slow motion, the van seems suspended in mid-air 10 stories above the river, and we cut to the interior hotel corridor night. In zero gravity, Arthur pulls himself to the door of 491, opens it. He looks at the charges planted on the ceiling.
How the hell do I drop you?
He pulls the charges from the ceiling, hurrying, and we cut to interior duct system hotel complex continuous. Saito and Fisher hurry up the duct system. Saito is falling behind, coughing up blood. Exterior upper terrace hospital complex continuous. Cobb grabs a security guard from behind, strangling him unconscious. He beckons to Ariadne, covering her as she runs towards him. They enter the base of the South Tower. Interior top room, South Tower Hotel Complex. Hospital complex. Continuous. A guard is manning the tower. Cobb and Ariadne enter. Cobb shoots the guard and moves to the window.
That's the antechamber outside the strong room.
Cobb looks at the large windows of the antechamber.
What about the strong room? Doesn't it have any windows?
Wouldn't be very strong if it did. Look, if you wanted to design it yourself.
That's fine. Better hope that we like what Fisher finds in there.
Cobb sets up his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he can see 3 guards on the balcony outside the chamber. 3 more inside. Cobb casually picks them off with his rifle. Ariadne watches through the binoculars, appalled.
These projections, they're part of his subconscious?
Yeah.
Are you destroying these parts of his mind?
No, of course not. They're just projections.
Cobb, something's wrong. Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains, continuous. Eames is watching the patrols head back toward the complex. They're heading your way, like they know something. Interior, top room, South Tower Hotel, Hospital Complex, continuous. Cobb hears this, concerned.
Buy us some time.
On my way. Exterior forest, snow-covered mountains, continuous. Eames takes off towards the base of the complex, and we cut to interior room 528, night. Arthur floats into the room. The sleepers are floating, loosely connected by their tubes. Arthur looks at them, mind racing. He pulls Cobb towards Eames, and we cut to the interior duct system of the hospital complex. Day. Saito and Fisher approach the grate, covering the exit to the anteroom. Saito slumps to the floor of the duct, pulls out his radio. Fisher looks at him. He is pale, shivering. Fisher takes the radio, whispers into it.
We're here. Are we clear to proceed?
Interior top room, South Tower, hospital complex, continuous. Cobb scans the anteroom through the scope. It looks clear.
You're clear, but hurry. There's an army headed your way.
Ariadne watches the patrols approaching the complex. Interior duct system, hospital complex, continuous. The squelch from the radio is too loud. Fisher grabs it and turns the volume to 0 as he starts to remove the grate. Exterior base of the hospital complex, continuous. Eames is setting mines along the lowest wall of the structure. He moves carefully. There is a sheer drop below the wall. Interior top room, South Tower, hospital complex. Cobb spots something through a scope, something above the main window, glimpsed through the side of a skylight.
Shoot. There's someone else in there.
Cobb prepares to fire. Ariadne grabs the radio.
Fisher, stop! It's a trap!
Interior duct system, hospital complex, continuous. Fisher does not see the flashing light on his radio as he carefully lifts the grate. He motions to Saito to stay. Interior top room, South Tower, hospital complex. Cobb tenses to fire.
Come on. A little lower. A little.
Cobb freezes. It is Maul in his sights. Ariadne puts up her binoculars, spots Maul. Fisher is climbing out of the vent.
Cobb, that's not really her.
Cobb turns to her.
How can you know that?
Interior antechamber, continuous. Fisher moves into the antechamber, cautious.
I'm in.
Fisher turns up the volume.
Fisher, look out!
Maul drops gracefully to the floor behind him.
Hello.
Interior top room, South Tower, hospital complex, continuous. Cobb looks at Ariadne.
Cobb, she's just a projection. Fisher, he's real.
Cobb thinks, nods, turns back to the scope. Too late. Maul shoots Fisher. Cobb reflexively pulls the trigger. Maul goes down. Cobb steps back from the scope, stunned.
Eames, get to the anteroom now!
They run for the door. Interior duct system, hospital complex, continuous. Saito starts. As he hears the shot, he starts edging forward, clutching his belly. And we cut to interior room 528, night. The sleepers are floating in a rough stack, top and tailed. Arthur pulls the bedding from the bed and uses the sheet to bind the sleepers together. And we cut to interior exterior van. Day. In extreme slow motion, the van creeps downwards, still high above the river. And we cut to the interior hotel corridor. Night. Arthur pushes the floating stack of sleepers to the elevator. He hits a button, the doors open, he pushes them in, grabs the charges, and climbs up through the hatch in the ceiling, and we cut to the interior duct system hospital complex day. Eames steps over Saito, who looks up at him with dying eyes. Interior antechamber hospital corridor day. Eames jumps out of the vent to find Cobb, Ariadne standing over the bodies of Fisher and Maul. What happened?
Mal killed Fisher.
I wouldn't shoot her.
Eames grabs a defibrillator off the wall and pulls Schiffer's jacket open.
It won't do any good.
Eames shocks Fisher's chest.
Even if you could revive his body, his mind's trapped down there. It's over.
Eames listens for a pulse, looks up at Cobb. So that's it? We failed?
I'm sorry.
It's you who doesn't get back to your family. Eames looks down at Fisher, then over the double doors. I wanted to know what was going to happen there. I think we had this one.
There's still a way. We follow Fisher down.
They look at her. We're almost out of time.
Down there, there'll be enough time. We'll find him as soon as you hear Arthur's music start. You use the defibrillator to revive him. We give him his own early kick from below. Get him in there. Then, as the music ends, you blow up the hospital and we all ride the kick back up through the layers.
Eames looks at her, then to Cobb. Okay, Saito can hold them off while I plant the rest of the charges.
Saito's not going to last, Eames.
We have to try.
Go for it. I'm taking the kick whether you're back or not. Eames pulls the mechanism from his pack, offers it to Ariadne. Cobb watches, silent. Ariadne pulls out the tubes.
Can I trust you to do what's needed? Maul's down there.
I can find her. She'll have Fisher.
How do you know?
She wants me to come after him. She wants me back down there with her.
Cobb rolls up his sleeve. Ariadne rolls up her own sleeve. Eames nods. Cobb and Ariadne lie down. Eames hits the button. Water, bubbles, drowning. And we are. Exterior coast, limbo. Ariadne lies in the surf staring up at a cloudless sky. A tremendous boom prompts her to look around her urban buildings piled right down to the water. The buildings are decaying, falling into the ocean like a glacier calving. Cobb wades towards her through the shallow water. Ariadne looks up at the crumbling city around them.
This is your world?
It was. And this is where she'll be.
And we cut to interior elevator shaft day. Arthur floats on top of the elevator, planting small charges on the emergency brakes and cable. He sets them, grabs the other explosives, then pushes away, shooting up the shaft as he hits the detonator, blasting the braking and safety systems of the elevator. We move into slow motion, the fireballs flaming out in graceful licks as we dissolve to interior antechamber day. Eames races around full speed, getting the defibrillator paddles and laying them by Fisher's body. He runs into the duct, pulls Sato up to a seated position and hands him a handgun. Come on, Sato. We need you to cover Fisher while I plant the charges. Saito nods weakly, tries to hold the gun. Eames moves to the window, pulls the machine gun off. Check. It's load. Ready? He watches the security patrols climb up on the outer walls. Eames lays down a hail of covering fire, then heads outside. Exterior hospital complex continuous. Eames races along an upper terrace, dodging fire. Bullets shatter a window behind him, and we move into slow motion, the glass cascading gently as we dissolve to exterior coast limbo. Day. Cobb and Ariadne climb out of the waves full speed. They move into the shadow of the tall, crumbling buildings. The streets are eerily deserted. As they move further in, the buildings become newer, different. Ariadne marvels at the extraordinary collection of buildings, every architectural style imaginable in waves of failed utopias.
You built all this?
We both did.
It's incredible.
We built for years. Then, when that got stale, we built on the memories.
A child's shout echoes through the deserted canyons, prompting Cobb to look down a side street. A little blonde boy crouched, his back to us. A little blonde girl joins the boy, and as Cobb turns down the street, they run off. Cobb and Ariadne emerge into a peculiar square lined with an eclectic mix of buildings, from apartment blocks to houses.
This is our neighborhood.
From what city?
No, our neighborhood. That was our first apartment. Then we moved to that building. We got that small house when Mal became pregnant.
You reconstructed them all from memory?
We had time.
Cobb pauses in front of a French country house, staring.
What's that?
The house Mal grew up in.
Will she be in there?
No, come on.
Cobb leads Ariadne to the entrance of a glass skyscraper. Interior skyscraper lobby limbo, continuous. Cobb leads Ariadne across the gleaming lobby to the elevators.
We both wanted a house, but we both loved skyscrapers. In the real world, we had to choose. Not here.
Interior skyscraper elevator limbo, continuous. Cobb pulls out his handgun and a Ziploc bag full of bullets.
How do we send Fisher back?
We need some kind of kick.
What?
I'll improvise.
Cobb cocks his weapon and the elevator stops. The doors open. Ariadne moves to exit. Cobb stops her.
There's something that you have to understand about me, about Inception. You see, an idea is like a virus.
Cobb leads her out of the lift. Interior penthouse limbo, continuous. Cobb and Ariadne step off the lift and into the incongruous interior of the craftsman house. They cautiously move down the corridor towards the back of the house.
Resilient, highly contagious. And an idea can grow. The smallest seed of an idea can grow to define or destroy your world.
Cobb is staring into the kitchen. Mal is sitting at the table. Back to them, staring out at the porch, the towers of limbo stretching off behind it.
The smallest idea, such as your world is not real.
Cobb hands Ariadne his gun and moves towards Mal.
A simple little thought that changes everything.
Ariadne watches as Cobb sits down beside Mal, and we cut to interior elevator shaft night. Arthur flies back down the shaft to the top of the elevator, squeezes past the car to the bottom, and starts to set the main charges across the bottom of the car. And we cut to interior penthouse limbo day. Cobb touches Mal's arm. She turns, angry. It is only now that we see that she holds a carving knife. Mal looks at Ariadne.
So certain of your world, of what's real. Do you think he is? Or do you think he's as lost as I was?
I know what's real.
What are the distinguishing characteristics of a dream? Mutable laws of physics? Tell that to the quantum physicists. Reappearance of the dead? What about heaven and hell? Persecution of the dreamer, the creator, the Messiah? They crucified Christ, didn't they?
I know what's real.
No creeping doubts? Not feeling persecuted, Dom? Chased around the globe by anonymous corporations and police forces? The way the projections persecute the dreamer?
Mal puts her hand on his face, pitying.
Admit it, Dom. You don't believe in one reality anymore. So choose. Choose your reality like I did. Choose to be here. Choose me.
I have chosen, Mal. Our children. I have to get back to them because you left them. You left us.
You're wrong, Dom. You're confused. Our children are here.
A child's shout draws Cobb. James crouches on the porch, back to us. Philippa joins him, also turned away. Cobb watches, moved. Mal leans in close.
And you'd like to see their faces again, wouldn't you, Dom?
Our real children are waiting for me up above.
And we cut to interior elevator night. Arthur scrambles to arrange the sleepers on the floor of the car as his hand comes away from Saito. He sees blood on it. He looks at Saito's belly. The blood is coming through his shirt. Arthur sticks headphones on a sleeping Eames, and we cut to Interior Hospital Fortress Day. Eames throws a grenade, blowing up the security forces trying to ascend the terraces. He ducks to the ground to avoid heavy fire, starts unpacking the charges and setting them along the base of the terraces. Interior duct system hospital complex continuous. Saito looks up as he hears security guard climbing through the duct. He raises his gun, trembling with weakness, and we cut to interior kitchen penthouse limbo. Maul laughs at Cobb.
Up above, listen to yourself. You judged me for believing the very same thing.
Maul points at the children.
These are our children. Watch. Hey, James, Philippa.
The children start to turn, but Cobb closes his eyes.
They're not real, Mal. Our real children are waiting for us.
The children run off. Cobb opens his eyes.
You keep telling yourself that, but you don't believe it.
I know it.
And what if you're wrong? What if I'm what's real?
Cobb is silent.
You keep telling yourself what you know. But what do you believe? What do you feel?
Cobb looks at Maul struggling.
Guilt. I feel guilt. And however confused I might get, however lost I might seem, it's always there, telling me something, reminding me of the truth.
What truth?
That you were wrong to doubt our world. That the idea that drove you to question your reality was a lie.
How could you know it was a lie?
Because it was my lie.
Because you planted the idea in my mind.
Because I performed Inception on my own wife, then reaped the bitter rewards.
Why?
We'd become lost in here, living in a world of infinite possibilities, a world where we were gods. I realized we needed to escape, but she locked away her knowledge of the unreality of this world.
Insert cut. Maul opens the dollhouse, takes the spinning top, lies it down in the safe, locks it away.
I couldn't make Mal understand that we needed to break free, to die. So I started to search our world.
Cobb turns to Maul, but keeps talking to Ariadne. Insert cut. Cobb wanders the streets of Limbo.
Searching for the right place in her mind.
Insert cut. Cobb stops outside the Victorian house, Maul's childhood home. Looking up at it, he heads inside.
And when I found that place, that secret place where she'd shut away all her knowledge years before, I broke it open.
Insert Cobb looks around Maul's childhood bedroom, comes to the dollhouse.
I broke into the deepest recesses of her mind to give her the simplest little idea.
Insert cut. Cobb throws open the safe doors. Sitting on the shelf of the safe is spitting a top on its side.
A truth that she had once known, but had chosen to forget.
Insert cut. Cobb picks up the totem. He spins it in the safe. It spins and spins without end. Cobb closes the door of the safe.
That her world was not real.
Insert cut. Cobb and Maul arrive at the train tracks, cutting through wasteland.
That death was a necessary escape.
They lie on the train tracks, looking into each other's eyes. Maul is crying. Cobb takes her hand, reassuring. He starts to speak.
You're waiting for a train that will take you far away. You'll know where this train will take you. But you can't know for sure. Yet, it doesn't matter.
Maul looks at him across the railroad tracks. Replies,
Because you'll be together.
The rain comes, obliterating the lovers. Back in the present, Cobb looks into Maul's eyes. She is crying.
I never thought the idea I'd planted would grow in her mind like a cancer. That even after we woke,
Insert cut. Cobb looks around the hotel suite confused. He moves the curtains. Maul is on the ledge opposite.
You'd continue to believe that your world was not real.
Crying, Maul nods.
Death was the only escape.
Insert cut. Maul plunges to her death.
You killed me.
Cobb looks up at Maul and whispers.
I was trying to save you. I'm sorry.
Maul looks in close to Cobb, looks him over.
You infected my mind. You betrayed me. But you can make amends. You can still keep your promise. We can still be together right here in our world. The world we built together.
Interior elevator night. Arthur hits play on his music player. Edith's Piaf starts to ring out. Arthur checks his detonator. And we cut to the interior antechamber day. Eames races back in the relative quiet and notices a massive low E musical notes. He drops his gun and goes to Fisher's side. Interior duct system, hospital complex. Saito musters all his remaining strength. As the guards emerges, Saito fires, dropping the guard, then collapses, the gun clattering to the duct floor. Saito is dead. Interior antechamber, continuous. Eames powers up the defibrillator, puts the paddles on Fisher's chest, then pow! He shocks him. And we cut to interior penthouse, limbo. Lightning crackles across the sky. Ariadne sees it.
We need Fisher. You can't have him.
Cobb stares at Maul, mesmerized.
If I stay, can she take him back?
Cobb, what are you saying? Fisher's on the porch. Cobb, you can't do this.
Go check he's alive, Ariadne.
Ariadne moves onto the porch, high above the metropolis, and we cut to the interior elevator night. Arthur nods his head in time with the music, counting down, holding the detonator. He starts bracing himself, and we cut to interior antechamber day. Eames recharges the defibrillator, shocks Fisher again, and we cut to exterior porch penthouse limbo day. Ariadne looks up. The large bolt of lightning rips across the sky. She looks down to see Fisher, bound and bloody, lying below the rail.
He's here and it's time, but you have to come with us.
Another massive lightning strike flickers across the sky.
Cobb, I'm not going to let you lose yourself in here. You have to get back to your children.
Send Fisher. I have to stay.
You can't stay here to be with her.
Cobb turns from Maul, looks at Ariadne.
I'm not. Sato's dead by now. That means he's here. I have to stay and find him.
Ariadne removes Fisher's gag, pulls him up onto the rail. Cobb looks back at Maul.
I can't stay here to be with her because she's not real.
Maul looks at Cobb, furious.
Not real. I'm the only thing you do believe in anymore. Here, doesn't this feel real, Dom?
She stabs him in the chest. Cobb wheezes, grasping, looking at Maul.
I wish you were, but I couldn't make you real. I'm not capable of imagining you in all your complexity and perfection. As real as you were, you're the best I can do. And you're not real.
Maul pulls the knife and moves to strike again.
No!
A shot rings out. Maul gasps,
Oh.
grabs her shoulder. Cobb turns to Ariadne, who is pointing Cobb's gun.
What are you doing?
Improvising.
She kicks Fisher off the roof, aims again at Maul. Fisher drops as the sky lights up with the electricity. Fisher screams, then gasps, no longer falling, and we are interior antechamber day. Eames pulls the defibrillator from Fisher's chest as he coughs awake. Get in there quick! Fisher looks up at the double doors, staggers to his feet. Fisher pushes open the doors to the strong room. Interior strong room continues. Fisher walks into the silent white room. At one end of the room is a bed. A figure lies in the bed, his father, breathing with tremendous difficulty, dying. And we cut to an exterior penthouse, limbo day. Ariadne takes aim at Maul.
No!
Cobb holds Ariadne's gaze. She lowers the gun, and cut to Eames grabs the detonator, then moves to the door of the strong room. Interior elevator, hotel night. Arthur hits the detonator. The elevator shaft continuous. The charges on the bottom of the elevator explode, and we move into extreme slow motion as the flames balloon. Cut to the interior of the strong room continuous. A rumble builds as Fisher approaches the bed. Overcome with emotion, his father sees him, starts trying to speak. Fisher leans in.
I was this.
I know, Dad. You were disappointed that I couldn't be you.
The dying man shakes his head with surprising energy.
I was disappointed that you tried.
Fisher hears this, and we cut to interior elevator shaft night. The elevator car is rocketed along its track by the explosion. The elevator continuous. Arthur is smashed against the floor of the car next to the sleepers who shudder with the force of acceleration. And we cut to the antechamber day. Eames watches Fisher. Come on. Interior strong room day. The father collapses back onto the pillow. Fisher starts to weep. His father reaches out a trembling hand, but when Fisher tries to hold it, he shakes his son's hand away. He is reaching for the safe next to his bed. His fingers fumble for the keypad. He can't open it. His son pushes 528491 into the keypad, opens it. Inside the safe is the will, and beside it is a homemade pinwheel, clearly made by a child, by Fisher. He takes it out, marveling at it. He turns to his father, but his father is dead. Eames, watching from the door, hits the detonator. Exterior hospital complex continuous. A line of explosions rip along the lower wall. The entire building starts to slide down the mountain. Exterior penthouse limbo day. A fierce wind starts howling through the house as the sky outside darkens. Cobb shields Mull against the blast, looks up at Ariadne, who holds the railing, fighting the wind.
That's the kick. You have to go.
You're coming.
No, I'm not. I'm staying here to find Saito and to say goodbye.
Ariadne loosens her grip on the railing.
Don't lose yourself. Find Saito and bring him back.
I will.
Ariadne lets the wind pull her off the edge, falling, and interior antechamber continues. Ariadne drops as the floor collapses. Her eyes snap open. In exterior penthouse limbo day, Cobb holds Mull in his arms. The wind dies.
We'd be together forever. You promised me.
I know, but we can't, and I'm sorry.
You remember when you asked me to marry you? You said you dreamt that we'd grow old together.
And we did.
Mull looks at Cobb, thinking, remembering. Insert cut. Two elderly people, Mull and Cobb, walk through limbo across a wasteland. Two elderly hands clutch each other as they lie down on a railroad track.
I miss you more than I can bear. But we had our time together, and now I have to go.
She nods weakly. Cobb holds Mull as her eyes close, dying. And interior strong room continuous. Fisher and his father's body drop away. Interior elevator night. Ariadne drops inside the rocketing elevator as it smashes into the top of the shaft. Ariadne smashes into exterior van into the river day. The van crashing with the impact. Water crashing through the broken windows, flooding the interior. Fisher's eyes open, panicking. He unbuckles himself, pushes out the broken window, stops. He goes back to unbuckle Browning and drag him out. Exterior river continuous. Fisher breaks the surface with Browning, who coughs and gasps. He starts pulling for the near bank, struggling through the rain-impacted water. Interior van underwater continuous. Ariadne, Arthur, and Yusuf wait calmly underwater. They are sharing two regulators pulled from beneath the front seat. Arthur turns to Saito. There is blood in the water around Saito's belly. His eyes are lifeless. Arthur feels for a pulse, turns to Cobb, whose eyes are lifeless. Ariadne grabs Arthur's elbow, pulling him away. Exterior riverbank moments later. Fisher turns Browning and Eames over. They lie there, exhausted.
I'm sorry, Robert.
Fisher stares at the rain on the water.
The will means that Dad wanted me to be my own man, not live for him. And I'm going to, Uncle Peter.
Browning nods, wipes the rain from his face. In the puddle beside them, the reflection is not Browning, but Eames. Exterior, underneath bridge in the rain moments later, Arthur sits on the riverbank, breathing heavily.
What happened?
Cobb stayed.
With Mal?
No, to find Saito.
Arthur looks out at the water below the bridge.
He'll be lost.
No, he'll be all right.
And we cut to exterior dawn, crashing surf. The waves toss a bearded man onto wet sand. As a Japanese security guard turns him onto his back, we realize that this is Cobb, older, wary, traveled. Interior dining room Castle Day. Cobb wolfs his food. The elderly Japanese man, Saito, 90 years old, watches him.
So, have you come to kill me?
Cobb does not look up.
I've been waiting for someone to come for me.
Someone from your half-remembered dream?
Saito peers at Cobb.
Cobb? Not possible. He and I were young men together, and I'm an old man.
Filled with regret?
Saito remembers, nods.
Waiting to die alone. Yes.
Cobb is staring at something on the table.
I came back for you. I came to remind you of what you once knew.
Cobb gestures at the table. Saito follows his gaze down to the polished surface of the table.
That this world is not real.
The top is still spinning perfectly, as if it will never topple. Saito looks at the top, then back to Cobb.
You came to convince me to honor our arrangement.
Yes. And to take a leap of faith.
As Saito-san listens to Cobb, he looks at the gun on the table between them.
Come back, and we'll be young men together again.
The elderly Saito looks at Cobb, nods, and we cut to interior first-class cabin, 747 day. Ariadne watches Cobb. His eyes are closed.
Hot towel, sir?
His eyes flicker open. He takes the towel with a nod. Ariadne smiles, relieved.
We'll be landing in Los Angeles in about 20 minutes. Do you need an immigration form?
Cobb nods, takes a landing card, looks around at the cabin. Saito is watching him, serious, haunted, holding Cobb's gaze. Saito picks up the phone and dials. Cobb nods, thanks. The interior arrivals, LAX, later. Cobb steps forward to the immigration official, hands him his passport, nervous. The official takes a beat, looks Cobb up and down, then whoomp, the passport is stamped. As Cobb takes it back, he spots Ariadne at the next counter. She nods at him. He nods back, then moves off. As Cobb passes through baggage claim, he exchanges subtle greetings with Eames and Yusuf. Arthur smiles broadly at Cobb. Cobb brushes past Fisher, who glances back at him as if thinking maybe he should know him, then moves on. As Cobb emerges into the crowded arrivals hall, he spots Professor Miles waving at him. Interior kitchen, Cobb and Miles' house day. Cobb enters with Miles, drops his bags, moves to the table, looking out at the overgrown garden. He reaches into his pocket, takes out his pewter spinning top, lowers it to the table and spins it. A child's shout makes him look up. Through the window, James and Philippa have run into view, playing, their faces turned away. Cobb stares at the back of his children's heads. Miles moves to the window and knocks on the glass. James and Philippa turn to see their dad. He steps to the window, watching their bright faces shine as they run towards him. Behind him on the table, the spinning top is still spinning, and we fade out. Credits end. Wow. I stopped sharing. Good job, everyone.
Is that how the movie ended?
Yes.
What? How did I miss the spinning I missed the spinning top.
It's spinning and it like does just enough for you to wobble to think,
Oh,
is it gonna tip or is it not? And it cuts it.
okay. I guess I decided that he came back.
Okay. There is some evidence of what really happened there. I don't know if we should share it or not later, but we'll do that in the after show. But before that, before we talk about all this, we'll do more of our outros. So we'll remind everybody of Kefira, said like Shakira, and like her performance, and she's acting. You can hire her. You can hire any of the people here. And so now we'll go around so everyone can tell more about themselves and what they're up to and where you should find them. Before that, if you made it this far, like, subscribe, share. And I know, I hate that. Isn't that so like cliche? But do it. Okay.
It's a good reminder.
So first, while you're talking, Angelina, you go.
Oh, sure. So hi, I'm Angelina. I have the company Your Adored Life, where we make custom documentaries of your family, of you, of the people you love, so that you can have that to look back on. You don't have to go into a dream world. You can watch a video. So that's me.
Awesome. Yeah, like this movie kind of says how important that would be for any parents, any kids or whatever. But Miss Morgan Toll.
Hi, my name's Morgan. You can find me on Instagram at Morgan Elizabeth Toll. I'm a SAG-AFTRA actress, voice actor, author. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm published author. I published many different articles, self-published novel. I'm hoping to publish more novels. I've sent a couple off to publishers in the last few weeks for review. I've also published many articles since I was like 17, except for one when I was 6. I'm also an actor, and I've been doing acting since I was a kid and teenager. I'm unrepresented though, and I'm non-union right now. Hopefully someday that may change. I'm also a filmmaker, pretty much low budget, very low budget, but I'm very good on camera, very charismatic on camera. My YouTube channel is The Storm and Latter-day Saint, and my Facebook is Heather Lee Freelancer. And you can also find me on basic social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And you can find me on the actors' websites, Actors Access, Backstage, all that. Anyway, I am looking for work.
Yes. And Jaime Hill.
Hi guys, I'm Jaime Hill. I'm an actor, voiceover actor in Alberta, with most of us in here are from Alberta, and doing more audiobooks now. Got one coming out hopefully this week, and anybody can find me at jamie.hill.vo.
Sweetness. And Vicki.
Hi, I'm Vicki Dykes. You can find me on Facebook under Vicki Dykes, and Instagram, I'm Yogagramma7. I'm an actress, and I'd like to get into voiceover. And I'm waiting on a TV show. We haven't started filming it yet, but it's a test of patience. And I do know that film is a different animal than live theater. Things can move a lot slower. So I'm just holding on to that. And the longer it takes, the more prepared I will be. So this was a good movie, and I really enjoyed it. And there's still a few tears in the corners of my eyes. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. And that wraps up our outro. As you saw, Jaime left, and now whoever, yeah, good job, everyone. Thanks for them. So now whoever wants to stay and can stay, we will talk about the movie. So yeah, that was your first time, or the script. That was your first time reading and finding out what happens, right, Vicki?
No, it's, yeah, it's happened before, yeah.
No, I mean for Inception.
Oh, yes, this is my first time. I started reading it, but I only got 7 pages into it. So, yeah, a lot of surprises here.
Awesome. And Heather, what did you think of it, reading it for the first time, learning it?
I thought it was nice. I actually cheated a little bit. And once I learned my rules, I spent the afternoon looking on YouTube's at clips and trying to get an idea of characters and things like that. And just
Good job.
So you
researching.
had a rough idea of it without the complete thing.
Well, and I just kind of Googled characters and learned a basic idea of what they were supposed to do. And I'm like, okay, I'll put a spin on this and I'll see how this goes. And
Nice.
Sweet.
And we gave you no time at all to prepare. So
Yeah,
well
we get, yeah, everybody here that read tonight, for those watching and want to hire them, these are basically a cold read for them. They're doing 3 hours cold read, multiple characters, following along. I mean, it's pretty amazing what they do on short notice. So.
oh, well, thank you. Thank you. But I'm very, very fortunate that I was able to do so well with such great teachers. I've been doing this for a while and I've had to work my way up to earning such good roles. So I'm grateful for such great teachers. They give me far too much credit.
Thank you for all the teachers out there.
I think you and Angelina the most, and the work of such skilled actors. I mean, my goodness, Vicki and Morgan. Oh, if you didn't exist, I don't know where I'd be.
You still be creating like you always have been and always will be.
Yes, but this
But-
has helped me immensely. I can use this as
And you've
on-screen.
helped us
to
immensely.
all of us. For all of us. Yeah.
Like
Well, I can't speak for all of us.
Kefira, this is like one of the top movies for me. Like near, I don't know if it's 3 or what. I don't really number my top ones, but this is up there. Morgan, where is it at for you?
I just have a vivid memory of seeing this. I was in college when this came out, and it's one of those moments where you're in a theater and the whole audience is reacting verbally. I just remember that end moment so vividly of just everyone being in shock when the thing is spinning. I love this movie. I think it's great.
Yeah, I remember after it ends, like I was at work and everybody's talking like, okay, so do you think it was? Do you think not? And like everybody's talking about the theories around it for like weeks because there was no definite answer. So that was cool.
So what
And
are they trying to do exactly? Help this one executive find what his future was supposed to be, or what exactly was their goal with this?
there was a Saito, his company, what is like an energy company, and the other kid with the dying dad, they have like a energy conglomerate, like where they're gonna have enough power to take over like all the energy in the world, basically control it. And so he feels like if they can do that, then they're gonna be able to like basically control the world. So he's like, we have to stop them from doing. They got to break this up so they don't control the world.
And so this organization has been together long enough. How come nobody noticed that Cobb's little thing with Mo kept sabotaging their jobs? And how come they didn't put him on waivers or something, or talk to him and say like, hey, you've got this thing with your dead wife that keeps screwing up our work.
Well,
so you need to court
He's
it."
the best.
Well, he's the boss. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have a boss above him for anybody to tell that to. He's the
Yeah,
boss.
but don't employees like intervene for their boss if they're worried about their boss or they love their boss or something?
Well, he was mainly noticing it, and they weren't really seeing it as much. But they brought it up a couple times. Arthur like said, "Hey, this is getting worse. You got it under control." And then she brought it up, Ariadne. So there's a little bit of that.
I know.
But
I'm just
I
over
think
it.
they
That's
also-
again, this is screenwriting. This is adding the tension in there of that. Because if they did it like perfectly, like they should in the world, the movie would be less exciting. What were we gonna say,
Plus,
Angelina? Yeah.
He stopped designing the world, and that was their safe way out for him. And as far as they knew, it was working, I think. So they didn't know that he'd go in there at night and go visit her. So that was his secret.
Well, then I guess their security wasn't very good if they didn't know that.
I think it was his own, was it? I don't know.
I know. I'm just over analyzing. Just I see the flaw in the movie. Why didn't their security like pick up on this? Were they not that good of an organization that they didn't have night security? Hey, this is what your boss is doing. He's putting the whole organization at risk.
No, and it's inside his mind. They can't know. Like that's why she went in there, because no one can know from the outside. There was
It's
something.
like what happens in your dream. People on the outside don't know what's going on in your dreams unless you tell them.
Hmm.
Mhm.
For
True.
that. Yeah.
I felt like there's, now I can't remember, but during the movie, I felt like there was one thing in there that I'm like, that's a simple flaw. If they just did that, then it would all like be done empty. But one thing that's crazy about this script, like we've read a bunch of other scripts, and a lot of them have like 60 characters, 60 characters. This one, including like the one-liner people or like 3 lines, it only has what 24, no, 26, no, 25 roles.
Okay.
That's all it has compared to like 60 of other ones. And I feel like that's important because they're like, it's such a complex subject that they have to keep the other parts kind of simple. So it's so that you can follow the complex stuff.
Well, that in movies are expensive to make, so they
Yeah.
try to minimize.
Especially like with this much special effects. And this one, I think to cover all the complex stuff, it's 2.5 hours. So it's a pretty long movie as well.
Do any of you guys, I'm just trying to think back to my dreams. I think most of my dreams don't really have a lot of people in them. They're pretty, like there's a few. There might be other people, but the ones who are talking and that are few. So I don't know if that was thought into this or not.
Maybe.
Sometimes I don't dream, to be honest. Sometimes I really don't. Sometimes I
Yeah.
just pass out and wake up like how many hours later after sleeping like a stone. And that's a
See,
weird.
you need this kick. Now you need to go do
No,
this.
sometimes that's really weird for someone with like ADHD. Sometimes I just do not dream.
Hmm.
I forget else what I was going to say about it. Any other thoughts you guys have on?
Sorry,
Oh,
I
you got
just
one.
killed your thought. I apologize.
No.
I want to hear the theories of this. The theories of.
Okay, this is possibly a spoiler alert. So if you guys don't want to hear it, plug your ears. If you guys want to skip, if somebody's watching this, skip like 30 seconds
I don't
in the
care. It's on
future.
a never-ending list of movies I've got to see. I don't care.
So, what's his name? Great old English actor that's
Michael
plays the
Caine.
role. Yeah, Michael Caine. So he asked Christopher Nolan. He's like, I don't get it. Like, what's this? Like, what's real? What's not? And maybe he was just saying this to say this to him to answer something or give him something to be calm. But he told him, when you're in it, it's real. When you're not, that's when it's the dream world. And so in the end, when he sees his kids, Michael Caine is in it. So according to that, if that's true in a minute, then it's real or whatever.
Oh, now you're making me think of Tempest from the Outer Limits. And I showed the pictures of the spiders to you guys, and I think Angelina freaked out.
What? I don't remember.
The picture of Tempest from the Outer Limits. I was telling you guys.
I didn't get to see it yet because I was camping. And I had no
I showed it to
So you
Jake.
guys
I
will
think
see it
freaked
later,
him
and you
out.
guys will talk about that later. But to stay on track,
It was the
for
same
Inception
thing. This
today.
guy was trapped between illusions and he had to choose the good or the bad. It was similar to this. That's why I brought it up to you.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's another TV show, I forget the name of it, where a guy lives 2 lives. When he's in a dream, he's living another life. When he wakes up, it's another life, and he doesn't know which one's which.
That's part of a Star Trek episode too, I
Yeah,
think.
there's other worlds. Like I saw a Star Trek episode where Picard goes in and he lives a full life somewhere,
Yes.
and he comes out, and that's how they train people, teach people about their culture, whatever. There's a movie Upside Down that has 2 worlds upside down from each other and stuff. So
Stranger Things.
yes, the Upside Down. But just 4th season just came out. I what's it called? Binged it the first night. Any other thoughts you guys had on this script, this story?
Yeah, I do. The description actions. I've been trying to be more conscious of separating each action description into its own little paragraph. And this kind of glopped it all together, like just put them in a big paragraph, which was like, it's not a very old script either. So
Well, this can be for, I would say, for a couple reasons. Like one, writer director. They know from the beginning it's going to be the same writer director, and he's big enough where he can get his things made. It's not like he has to pitch that to somebody. They have to read it. They have to approve it. I mean, I'm sure he gets feedback, but if you watch this and you watch the film, it almost feels like, my memory might be off, but it almost feels like they're like this, like we're in this location, then we're in this location, and this happens, and it almost feels like the edit goes directly to that. So like they followed it pretty closely. I noticed some spots where some of the dialogue some of the stuff that was maybe a little bit too long, or they repeat a subject, was cut and a little more trimmed, but it was pretty right on from my memory. Even some of the stuff
with this heavy CGI that the movie had, that they almost had to keep it tight knit to the script.
True, very true. I don't know if they were doing previs back then on this one, but lots of times, yeah, they'll previs at that level, make sure it works and revise it. But also, like you're saying about those blocks, Angelina, like this is also a very, very visually heavy movie. And there's a part where a whole bunch of action is happening at different levels, and they're all happening together. So that'd be more reasons why the blocks of action might be so much.
Okay, yeah. Just put all the stuff that happens almost instantaneously in one paragraph.
But I agree with you. Like maybe it could have been easier on the eyes or something if they break up little paragraphs. If they're
I didn't mind it.
Section, but.
The only thing that, and I guess it's, I don't know, is it necessary to put the "and we cut to blah blah blah," or is that just because
A lot of people, like on certain softwares, it automatically adds that continuous. Like I think Final Draft or something like just adds a continuous automatically. But yeah, no, that's not necessary. Cut to is not necessary because you're basically cutting to it anyways, whether you have that there or not. But the way they wrote it, like we talked in previous scripts before, it's like cut to, and they kind of make that into a full sentence. So that's why in here it felt a little more needed to be read. But do you have any thoughts on that, Morgan, about that whole, if those are needed or not, or?
I was always told, unless you visually see it in the script or see it in the movie, don't put it in the script. So all cut tos should not be there. Any sort of transition shouldn't be there. Unless it's an action that's actually happening on screen, we don't need it.
Because it's going to cut to it anyways. That's the only way they can do it.
I mean, they could crossfade, they could do a batch cut, they could, lots of different types of transitions.
That's a directorial decision, isn't it?
Most of it, but I mean, some might be like where you go into the iris and that's the black there, and then you come out of that blackness into something else, and that might be part of the story point.
Okay.
It felt like really very end, it gave it some sort of suspense feeling, because when it said "and we" and then fade out, I thought that gave it a little extra suspense to the end of the movie for the script.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, inciting incident. Oh, but Heather was saying something and it was really quiet.
I was just saying that's good to know for script writing, because I'm actually hopefully prepping something for the contest.
Nice.
Get it in this Thursday. You got 2 days.
Oh, yeah, this Thursday?
Yeah.
I thought it was the 13th.
No, we kind of messed that up.
Oh my gosh.
You saw it right. The dates were wrong.
Yeah, it's Tuesday that we're reading them. So
if you can, go for it. But if not, the next one will feel like it comes immediately. You know what I mean? If you can't get it, then you'll just have it even better for the next one in 3 months.
That's true.
So yeah, don't stress.
Don't worry.
Don't stress. It's okay. It'll be okay.
At the ending, I just got to write it out. Wow.
It just has to be ready for Tuesday. The log line has to be ready by Thursday.
Oh yeah, one image in the log line. So your script doesn't necessarily have to be finished yet. It should be, because we'd like to know how many pages.
Yeah, I'll ask questions about that offline.
Okay, yeah, good idea. But anybody that's watching that doesn't know what we're doing, we have 4 contests a year for people to submit their scripts for us to table read an unproduced script. So if you miss this one, get in for the next one. Go to our Facebook group. It'll get the alerts there. Also, because this was a shooting script, you notice on a lot of the things they pointed out like things they want production to notice. They had like all caps in the action descriptions at different points. And like some of the stuff they really drilled home, it's like, we see the backs of the kids. We see the backs of the kids. So you know the director had that in mind as like, this is a story point. This is like, I want to make sure it's in there.
Inciting incident.
Okay.
Where was that?
Yeah, I'm trying to debate if it's where they messed up on the first job and they're trying to run away. I think it's when the other guy came. I think it's when he offered him the job and said he would get him back to his kids if he took it. I think that's
what
like
I think too.
when you get you'll get back to your kids if you
Yeah.
do this.
Because how could he say no to that? That's the only thing he wants in life.
Yeah, that got him to decide and go down this route.
Yeah, that's my thinking too.
Was there a midpoint reversal? Very hard to think.
What's the
I mean,
definition?
there definitely was a climax because everything was exciting throughout it, but they all came to a head at one point. What were we gonna say?
Oh, I just said, what's the definition of a mid thing that I can't remember? The mid turning point, mid reversal. Something you just mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean midpoint reversal, but yeah, it's
Reversal.
I don't know, things go in one direction and then change direction, whether it's like super good and then it goes bad after that, or it goes bad and it goes good. It's not in everyone, it's not always there, but often, like they say the 3-act structure is that, but then almost everybody splits up the middle into the
Yeah.
2 parts with that. So it's almost, then other people say, oh, it's a 4-act structure. And
So, so would that have been when Sato got shot?
I don't know exactly when it is
I-
actually offhand. I have no clue at the moment.
Yeah.
So do you have any notes for us?
No, I was reading too much. Oh, do you mean like feedback? I was going to put that in our mission. I was going to say, hey, anybody have any constructive criticism for anybody for us to approve, like for what I'm doing on reading, like anything, so we could
Well,
help
if
each
you'd
other.
like to give feedback, you can. We've never had that.
Yeah, I guess people would say what if they want it or not. So nobody.
I'm
It's-
always good with
If
feedback.
I'm asking for feedback, I obviously want it. I'm not going to ask you for something I don't want.
So this one says like
Yeah.
the midpoint reversal by this definition is a way to rev up the drama and conflict by providing a surprise turnaround that shakes up the story. And I guess a lot of reason that people would add that in the midpoint, because usually, like they say, the second act is where scripts go to die. Like people just keep repeating things, or it usually seems like it gets too boring or dry there or flat there. So the dark moment. I'm looking for Inception, but I don't see it. Do you guys have any other screenwriting terms or things we can try and guess from this?
Uh,
No, I don't.
You're right, though. It could be when he got shot because that messed up the plan or changed something.
it
Or,
yeah,
you know what it could be? Or I still don't think this is it. But when they get into the dream and they find out he's militarized.
yeah. That was right at the beginning, kind of, wasn't it?
Well, it took a while for us to get there because they had to
Oh yeah.
do their
right.
stuff, get the other people, train it, do the plan.
Yeah.
Well, I guess again, most people say not to do this, but some people say this should happen at this number of pages. This should happen at this thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we took our break at the midpoint of the script, page-wise, and some people say, oh, that's where the
Right.
midpoint should be.
Okay, yeah.
And so, did
74.
anything happen there? I know that's when we got on the plane. Or
Yeah.
started going into that dream there. So I guess that's when the story really changed. They're working on the plan and now they go into the dream. But it doesn't feel like a midpoint reversal there. It doesn't feel like a big change to me. What else, you guys? Did you guys think there was a lot of dialogue, too much? A lot of action description, too much? What were you guys' favorite thing about the thing? Just the creativity, the story,
It's definitely trippy. It really, really makes you think. And I imagine when they wrote this, it was not easy having to keep track of everything.
It was always sad what happened with him and his wife and the children, but it's for some reason reading it seemed more sad. I don't know. It's not really much to say, but that's
Except, well, that's good too that it came across in the script, those emotions. And I mean, that's awesome.
yeah.
Is there anything that confused you guys? Because I think that's a really good question for screenwriters to ask people when other people read their script. Like, because this is maybe, to me, it seems like it was refined quite a bit to get the needed points pretty clear. Although I just watched it before this, so that might have filled in any blanks I would have had. So I might not be the right person to ask.
I wasn't confused, but I do specifically remember when we were reading it and just thinking of, because we already kind of know what the script is about, but thinking of the people who didn't know back then before this movie even existed, and that scene where he just jumps out the window. I'm just thinking of like what the reader must have thought in that moment. Because at that point, you don't know it's a dream world.
Which one did he jump out the window?
In the beginning, when he's talking, I think, to his wife, and then he goes out the window.
He tied a rope to her chair.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the part you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was somewhere before that or something. Okay, yeah. Cool. So then that goes back to you and Vicki and Heather. Were there any parts you guys were confused or didn't know what was going on? Heather, you asked some questions at the beginning about what was going on with certain things, so that answers that. Like what
Well,
their
I
goals
was
were.
very focused on just doing the job.
Yeah, lots of times it is harder when we're reading these things because sometimes it's just the words acting out the scene.
I just
Sure.
typically, decided to just be present in the script and in the characters and not worry about anything else. And that improved the performance. So
Cool. I thought we'd have more to talk about on Inception. But
yeah, well, I thought somebody would take notes.
where's
He's not
Clint?
here.
Since you and Clint are kind of, obsessed with that.
Jacob couldn't with all he.
Description, yeah.
Okay, I didn't write any notes.
I mean, I know some of the like VFX stuff. Like, have you guys ever looked up or seen behind the scenes how they did the room with like no gravity in the hallway?
So cool.
Like Christopher Nolan likes to do a lot of things practical, so less CG. So they actually built these rigs that the rooms rotate, and they built 3 different ones so that the gravity can switch where it's like the room's going sideways and where it's flipping up on itself. So depending on the different shots that they switched from, it's a different rig and a different setup. So your brain doesn't go like, oh, I know how they did that. It's just like this, because it's always switching, so it feels like it's weightless. And kind of like Jurassic Park, where they switch between the stuff. So it's basically all real, like practical, but they would paint out their wires that they were on, and they practiced for a long time on that.
I want to hear why it's one of your top movies, and is it one of yours as well, Morgan? Or you just remember it? Yeah.
I love this movie. I wouldn't say it's in my top 10, but I do really love this movie.
I just love anything with like super creativity, like, you know what I mean, going like, yeah, so like Matrix, Labyrinth, this, like anything that,
It's a whole other world
yeah.
and
Reunion.
different ideas. Yeah, like the dream within a dream is not such a new idea. It happens to people, so happens to us. But the taking that and using it as a way to implant ideas or extract ideas or thoughts, that's pretty cool. Reminds me of that movie from like 80s where I think it was Dreamscape.
Mm-hmm.
They went into each other's into
Totally,
people.
that is one. A little more of the horror side of it.
Yeah, I remember I was a kid and it was scary. I don't remember.
And then another one that you can compare this to, what's that one? Is it Dark Knight? Sorry, I shouldn't have said it without saying the name. But they go to sleep, they sedate them, and then they change the world on them while they're asleep or whatever.
Oh.
So
It is so crazy how when you're in the dream, and that's I think why emotions can be so powerful in dreams. It just feels so real. Like this is reality. This is what it is. And you wake up from it and it's like, what was that? That was just insanity. There's like, or you can wake up from a dream and be like, that was brilliant. I have to write that down. That was so amazing. You're writing it down in the middle of the night. You wake up in the morning, you're like, what? What does this even mean? Like trying to decipher the little bits of writing, or it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. So
Do you guys feel like more of your dreams are more first person or third person?
first.
Yeah.
I've been other people in my dreams though. Like where I'm not myself at all. I'm somebody, but I'm not me.
I've had some where I'm not even in it. Literally, I feel like I'm watching a movie, just third person, other people. And I'm like, yeah.
Wow. I don't know that I've ever had that.
I've gone to the same place in multiple dreams.
Yeah. The reoccurring dreams sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
It's
have some places that keep coming up too. What's that?
I was just saying it's a made up place, but I continuously go there in different dreams.
Isn't that cool?
Even better made up place.
I used to dream about my dad's house, the one that I grew up. Well, I was around 14 or so when I lived with him. And in the dream, it's renovated and somebody else lives there, or it's completely empty and abandoned. So we go and we move in there in my dream. So strange how all that happens.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain went back to like one of my recurring dreams that I used to have. And that reminded me of the question you asked earlier about why I like this movie, and like other ones that I put in that same group, like Alice in Wonderland, Chronicles of Narnia, like yeah. So those are up there for me. But what else?
What's the place you used to go to? You're reoccurring.
It was like a castle type thing, and you know where the walkways for the castle meet in like those corner columns or whatever. There's like a black doorway, and I'd go in there, and then I'd come out at this like one-story yellow house in the middle of a desert. That's it.
Cool.
That's one of them, and the other one was from Time Bandits. Just the very end of it, where sorry, spoilers. There's like this deadly thing in the microwave, and the parents go to touch it, and the kid's like, no, don't touch it, it's evil. And the parents touch it, and they're gone, and the kid's standing there all by himself in the middle. Like that was reoccurring too. Those two things. Yeah. So yeah, but not anymore. Those I don't have any recurring ones at the moment. I can remember.
Yeah. I have lots that pop up every few years it's interesting.
Yeah. And I guess that's something we can talk about, like even for screenwriting, it's like, what about them trying to make this like pseudoscience? Like, did they sell the science enough behind it to you guys that it works? Because they didn't get too deep in everything.
I think that's why it does work, maybe, because a lot of it is left to your imagination of how they do it.
Because they're just like, yeah, we're going into the dreams. We have a machine that looks complicated, and we sedate them.
Works.
They didn't do any of the stuff of like where you're connecting to the brain, or if you're using this enzyme, or what, like how do they access each other's brains and what? Nothing. I mean, I didn't even see them putting it in the brain. They just put it in the arm, right?
Yeah. Maybe if they tried to describe it or explain it, it'd be like, no, that I don't buy that. So they just don't.
Yeah. I mean, they did say that one brand of serum and that one guy made it better where it ties their brains to their dreams together. But that's all it was. We have this magic potion that ties their brains together. And we all just accept it and went with it.
Yeah.
So,
the willing suspension of disbelief thing.
Yeah. So just for anyone else writing something out there with this crazy and complex of an idea, you might not have to give all the specific answers.
Yeah. And sometimes that's fun too with it. You don't have the answers. You just have to, I don't know. I think it's good. I don't know what I was going to say. I got distracted.
Somebody once told me that psychologically you are every single person in your dream.
I guess I was in my dream then.
Isn't it crazy though, the stuff that you can come up with in a dream? Like you can hear a song that you've never ever heard before and it's beautiful. And that came from your dream, your brain. Something in you created that for that moment. And it doesn't exist out here, but there it is, pops up. I think it's amazing. And some of the places that you can go to in your dream, and it's just so intricate, some of it, and like they say, it just happens instantly, and it can happen in like 5 minutes. You have a 5-minute dream. They do a really good job of explaining that in this.
Yeah, that they do explain, that your brain goes faster than it compounds, and
yeah, and you can go through years in a night.
that would be awesome.
That's what I was thinking about you. I'm like, oh, you probably like
Oh,
this.
the other idea we have too.
Yeah.
So did this movie have a theme? And if so, what would you guys guess the theme is? If it had one.
I think it's got to have something to do with, and it came into it with the guy with his syringe stuff, and his warehouse full of people taking this drug and sleep.
True.
Is the importance of our real life compared to the fantasy of what can be, because our fantasy life can be so rich and everything, but if you go there to the detriment of your real world, your real life, the dangers, I guess, of that.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Like his children can never see him again, maybe.
Yeah, getting too trapped in the, I guess, unreal world.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's what it's called, a heist movie, like Ocean's 11. So, sometimes they say, hey, how do you come up with ideas? Let's mix a heist movie with, I don't know what you would say for this one, what it mixed with, but heist with Matrix.
Maybe. Yeah, there's a bit of a Matrix feel to it, isn't there?
Well, my friend and I, we wrote this one script. We're on the end of the second draft, and this is part of, I shouldn't even mention that, but part of our inspiration, we're like, it's like Inception meets Matrix or whatever was
cool.
Some of our stuff with it. But
nice.
Well, maybe dreams shouldn't overshadow reality, even if reality really is painful. We shouldn't we shouldn't feed into illusions, because then we lose sight of what's really important.
Yeah.
And sometimes we end up not being able to tell the difference between the two. And that's a weird little metaphor. That's a weird little interpretation, but take it.
No, it's not weird. That's good.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Cool.
Like, I actually wrote an essay on this I wrote an essay about my endometriosis, and I can post it in the comments so y'all can read it. And
okay.
When I got diagnosed, it meant letting go of dreams I had to have children. I don't know if I can have them, but instead of just being lost in those dreams and holding on to them and grieving them and just constantly fantasizing about it, I had to really face reality and realize, oh, you know what? This is reality. I can just be lost in the fantasy of, oh, I can have children, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's easier to just face the reality and just live with the reality and focus on what I can do and can have and can give to this world, rather than just lose myself in the griefs and the dreams that might not happen.
Yeah. Important to acknowledge it, I guess, but also to be able to, like you say, see the good that you've got here.
Yes. And like that guy Cobb, he was so focused on going to visit his wife whenever he could that he couldn't focus on what he had in the real world, and it almost destroyed him.
Or it might have.
And he did say a lot of his memories or dreams are things he wants to go in and he wants to change. So they're like his regrets or whatever.
I know, but you can't change what's happened. You can't change what's gone. You can't change what you can't access. You can't go and change what is. I mean, God, I wish that you could change it. You can't change what you can't access. You can't change what opportunities aren't there for you. You can only look at what you have and build on what you have. I mean, God, I wish I could change the fact that certain things are probably not going to happen for me, but you just can't. And I'm crying now. Oh my God.
No, that's all right. I can't pass you a tissue. Just like that knife
But
couldn't
it's
hurt me.
like it's not living in reality. And I talk about this in this essay I wrote, and I'm more than happy to share it.
Yeah.
Yeah, share it in the comments like you mentioned.
Yeah,
That'd
I'm
be a good idea.
sorry.
Don't
No.
apologize. Hey, don't you apologize now, Heather.
But I guess it's a lesson Cobb had to learn for himself, like that girl, I can't pronounce her name and I'm not gonna try.
Ariadne.
Had to
I don't know.
like bring Cobb out of reality. She's like, you have to let this go or it's going to kill you. It's going to destroy you more than the grief ever could.
Well, there we go again, talking about screenwriting, the arcs. Like, I almost feel like that's definitely like Cobb's arc. You know what I mean? Did other characters have arcs? Well, I mean, they forced an arc on the other guy, and like it's kind of based on a lie. The Fisher.
Oh yeah, the Inception.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I actually love how they did that. I really love that, and thank you for sharing that, Heather. Yeah, but
Yes.
the arc for him, or the inception that they planted, they could have done it a number of ways that could have made his life so much worse, but instead they inspired him to be a better person who could create something on his own, where he gets his own sense of self-worth instead of relying on his father and what his father's done.
And now
I love that. Pardon?
And now he feels like he has this love from his father through the rest of his life, rather than chip
Yes.
on his shoulder.
Whether
like,
he had it or not, now
Yeah.
he does have it, and now that is his reality, whether it was the way it was for his father or not.
See, now let's look at this point, and like people would say, like, "Oh, I had this idea that you can plant an idea into somebody's head," and then someone else goes, "Oh no, they have the same idea as the script as me." As like, if two people wrote the script and that was their like seed or nugget of an idea, I think those would be totally different movies, most likely.
Always,
'Cause,
yeah.
like, if I came up with that, I don't think this is what mine would turn out at all.
No.
So, yeah.
Same with acting. You
Same
could
with
have
acting?
the very same role, and two actors would read the same role, and it'd be completely different.
Oh, so true. Like even with Back to the Future, when they had that first guy who
Eric
just
Stoltz.
didn't have the comedic bone in his body, and then Michael J. Fox who just lifted it right up. So
Yeah, like the other guy's a really good actor, but he just
Yeah.
wasn't doing the performance that the director had in his mind or whatever for the film. Yeah.
yeah, I shouldn't say doesn't have a comedic bone. I don't really know the guy, so I don't follow his stuff.
They were just not on the same page of how
Yeah,
comedians play
for
the role.
what the vision was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You could have two equally talented actors who have the same amount of reputation and career, and they would read it totally different, be a totally different performance, movie, play, just because you bring your own self to it, and everybody's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I think I saw an interview for this movie, and the actors were saying that Christopher Nolan like kind of allows them to spend some time on the shot, try and bring it and do different things. And
Nice.
so
I had a thought a while back, but I can't remember. Not that you needed to know that.
Oh, I always like knowing things from you. You're precious. You're awesome.
Aw.
any other thoughts? Well, I guess it's 10 for us. I think that's 1 a.m. for you. 10 for me, I should say. I
No,
think
it's
1
only
a.m. for Morgan.
I'm only an hour ahead of.
Oh, 5.
Yeah.
Did you say it's 5?
105.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know.
Morgan is a night owl.
I am. I've actually been awful this week. I've been staying up to like 4 a.m.
Morgan.
So we can keep her. Let's just.
Yeah. Lots of times we're up, so if you're lonely, you can just like message, hey, you up? Sure. So I might do an all-nighter tonight, actually. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. I'm tired. Last night I think I went to bed at 4. I don't know.
Oh my
I'm confused
Lord.
now. But,
That's when I'm getting up.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, so you're not getting much sleep either if you're getting up that early. So
I can't help it. I'm up early.
no, but we're keeping you up late. So thank you everybody for coming here, for staying up late with us and reading this with us for us all to have fun with, and also everyone can learn from it that watches it.
Yeah.
So all right, then on that note, I'll say sweet dreams. All right. Good night, everyone.